Okay, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order this budget meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores. Welcome, everybody. Lots of our staff in the room this morning. Great to see you guys again. This is round two of our budget discussions. So we'll get started with the land acknowledgement, and I will read that. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. So item 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those to declare at this time. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor. When it comes to discussing Spark, which is an addendum number 1, I have an indirect pecuniary interest.
Okay, what's the nature of the interest?
I'm sorry, I'm on the board of directors.
Thank you. Councillor Mayette.
Same goes for me, Sparks.
Okay, and the nature is the same. Okay. Okay, thank you. If there's nothing, oh, sorry, Councillor Grace.
I declared the conflict of interest with the municipal accommodation fee, and I would renew that declaration.
Okay. All right, thank you. If there's nothing further, then we'll get back in. So we had left off, as everyone will recall, with we leave off with operations. So you see next on the agenda is fire services, but today we're going to have police services. So what we're going to do is we'll have police services and fire services swap on the agenda. So fire services will be at the end and police services will be right now. So so that means we have both the chair of the board of the police service and our police chief, Chief Zettel here, and they're going to jointly present that budget for us. So I'll turn it over to you, gentlemen. Oh, you want a recap first? I'm sorry. Apologies for that. So we'll turn it over to the Director of Corporate Services first and then to police after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we can pull up the PowerPoint. So I just wanted to start today to give a little bit of a recap of the work that's been done since the last meeting. You saw it in the addendum package that was sent out yesterday. My apologies for it being sent out later than we had liked. We got caught up in that internet issue. Since the last meeting, the plan has been adjusted from feedback on day 1, and we've made corrections as well to clean up the data. The outcome is clearly identified in the schedules that we included with the addendum that are broken down into base, high, medium, and low priorities. It can be up for discussion by council, but we are recommending that the items that are categorized as base and high priorities will be funded, that the items in the low list are not funded. So in other words, they ultimately will not be included in the business plan that we return to council on December the 11th. And then the items that are in the medium list would need a more intense review to determine if they should be funded or not. Next slide, please. Before I get into the numbers on this slide, I want to stress that these are preliminary numbers based on priority rankings schedules that we have previously discussed. The capitals plan based on high priority projects require funding of $12 on an average household in 2024. That compares to $23 required in the original plan that we presented last week. So a significant improvement. The $12 per average home in 2004 would be increasing annually, just as we had discussed previously, and would culminate in a $107 levy in 2032. If medium priorities were also funded, the impact in 2024 on an average home would increase to $53. Again, I want to reiterate that we are treating low priority projects as rejected, and they will not be funded in the 2024 business plan. Council may wish not to fund some of the priority projects in the medium priority list. In other words, Council will be debating the capital levy based on service needs balanced against affordability that will likely settle with a capital levy somewhere between the $12 to $53 range. That's what you'll be looking at today. Similarly, council will be debating operating that will likely result in a tax increase somewhere between 4.7 and 5.3%. I'd like to note that the 5.3% is an improvement of 1% compared to the 6.3% that was included in the original plan presented last week. So to summarize, before you today is a capital levy somewhere in the range of $12 to $53 and a tax increase between 4.7 and 5.3%. Next slide, please. This morning, we'll be reviewing the remaining departments. During this morning's reviews, council should provide direction on items that we should not be funding. Staff will make note of these items and will bring in a preliminary revised tax increase and capital levy from the numbers that I just mentioned a minute ago. We'll bring those revised numbers in to the beginning of the session this afternoon. In the afternoon, following the department presentations, council can provide direction on any items from day one sessions that they believe still require a further change in the funding status. And again, for clarity, I'll reiterate that we are defining the priorities relative to their funding status to provide a framework for council's discussions. Base and high are considered funded. And if there's an item that is prioritized as such, as a base or a high, that you believe should not be funded, then you can bring that up in this afternoon's session and provide staff with direction to move that to the low status. Low priority items are considered not funded. And if there's an item on that low list that you believe should be funded, again in the afternoon session, we can bring that into discussion, and then you can provide staff with direction to move that to a funded priority. And the medium priority items are the ones that you can then, again, we can go through in detail, and you can then let us know if there's any of those that you would like to move off of that list down to the low not funded list. Any medium priorities remaining on that list at the end of the day, we would be considered as funded and would be included in the business plan that we're going to return to council for consideration on December 11th. And that is the date when we're looking for final consideration with council as our goal. Next slide, please. On a smaller note, this is an item that we mentioned in the last meeting, and that's the waste management special levy. To summarize what we discussed previously, it could be converted to a current value assessment or CVA based rate or base tax if council wishes. Such a change would make it more affordable for less affluent households. It would save the average home approximately $5. And it would be an opportunity, and there'll be an opportunity to discuss this topic later today during the Finance Division presentation. Next slide, please. So to summarize, we'll be bringing back a business plan on December 11th that is based on council's determination today of base, high, and medium priority items. Low priority items will be considered as rejected for the sake of the 2024 business plan. Council will also be providing direction today on a CVA assessment-based capital special levy and a waste management CVA assessment-based special levy. If council decides to proceed with these CVA assessment-based special levies, then staff will include them with the appropriate recommendations on December 11th, and we will ensure that these levies are communicated clearly in any material that we put out, be it press releases or supplements in the tax bills. And that's everything I have, Mayor.
Okay, so and just for clarity, staff have adjusted the prioritization of certain projects within not only the departments we've already reviewed, but also the departments we're going to review today, right? So I assume the directors who are going to present today are going to point those items out where the new reality differs from the reality in the worksheets.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions about any of that? The director's given us a pretty swift timeline here today, so we better get at it if we're going to if we're going to get through all 4 departmental budgets this morning that we have yet to review and then get on to the conversations this afternoon. We better get started. So we'll turn it over now to the police services.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, staff members, and all guests. My name is Pat O'Connor. I'm the chair of the Saugeen Shores Police Services, and I'm delighted to be here today to present our budget request. I also like to make this point. I appreciate the indulgence of council to allow us to present first today. If we could go to our first slide, please. The Saugeen Shores Police Services is responsible to provide adequate and effective police services as detailed in the Police Services Act. Through our mission, vision, and values, we work in partnership with all the communities to make Saugeen Shores the safest community in which to live, work, and play. Next slide, please. Our core police services are crime prevention, law enforcement, assistance to the victims of crime, public order maintenance, and emergency response. We currently have, as of 2024, 28 full-time members, 14 temporary members. We have a request for 3 new members for a total employees of 45. Next slide, please. We have the police services board. There's 2 members from the province that are appointed, 2 members of council, and a member at large that selected by the town that are members of the police services board. Of course, we have the chief of the police, Chief Zettel, and Inspector Mighton, along with 6 other staff positions. Next slide, please. We have many partnerships for the benefit of the community. Saugeen Shores Police Services participates in the Kids School Program, which is knowledge, issues, decisions, support. Crime Stoppers, of course. The Mobile Mental Health Addiction Response Team. Problem-Oriented Policing. The 211 Program. The Benevolence Fund. Positive Ticking Campaign. Vulnerable Person Registry. The RIDE programs. Community Watch, and of course, the Special Olympics. Next slide. There's some emerging trends that we've been seeing with our police services here in our community. Our rapidly growing community requires an increased number of officers to address the increased calls of service. And we've had more than double the amount of calls in the past 10 years. We have an increased opioid crisis and related crimes that are calling for service, as we've been seeing a number of opioid cases even in this past week. The complexity of cases involved greater time and commitment and resources that I've never seen before. Mental health related incidents and calls for service, we've seen an increase from that. And of course, we're all aware of the homelessness and poverty within our community. Next slide. Our major initiatives for 2024 is the increase in authorized strength. We need to move from 26 to 20. We moved from 26 to 27 officers in August of 2024 with the hiring of a recruit. This will allow the cadet officer to complete their basic training in time for deployment next year. We have a special constable position in addition to the full-time special constable position for 40 weeks. This constable will augment the various administrative and court tasks currently being handled by a full-time special constable, administrative supervisor, and support service members. The new special constable will also be deployed proactively to bylaw compliance throughout Saugeen Shores. And of course, we're at an addition of 20 hours to the support services 3 role. As our service grows, there is a need to increase the support staff who are responsible for processing the files associated with an increased caseload. With approximately 40% increases in charges, the workload for the support services has increased considerably, and they need additional members to help them complete their assigned tasks. Our next slide is reflective of our capital highlights for 2024. We have new use of force equipment for 5 officers that will equip 5 uniform officers with new use of force equipment. The Saugeen Shores Police Services fingerprint scanner, our failure to replace the system may result in the loss in our ability to process and release those from the station. The existing platform has suffered several hardware failures over the past year. The Saugeen Shores Police Services mobile data terminals Maintaining the mobile data terminal computers enables officers to efficiently access license plate data, dispatch maps, and information during their shift. As well as video recording is required for updating our system that is used daily, including for the public and officer safety. Our next slide is the live scan fingerprint platform. Our platform is at its end of its life. The platform is used for fingerprinting on a daily basis and is a requirement by law. Downtime due to hardware and software failures has the potential to increase delays in intake and release of public, as well as delays in performing background checks. And current system may not pass future security audits due to end-of-life software. So this is out of date. Sure, if you'd like to expand on that, sir.
Sure. I'll just present the next couple slides. So if, as mentioned, the existing fingerprint platform is end of life. It runs on Windows 7, which is end of support, and is used for not just public in and out of the police station, but also we collect revenues by doing background checks, including fingerprint scanning. Next slide, please. As mentioned, so disaster recovery and backup. There is a current platform on site. It's actually a unit that was kind of loaned from the town of Saugeen Shores to police services. And so it's approaching its lifespan, and it is used to back up all email, admin files, investigation photos, etc., and is crucial to the operation of the police services. Next slide, please. Similarly, on a network security basis, the existing equipment was installed when the station was built in 2018. So it is now 5 years old. It's end of sale and will be end of support by the end of next year. So it's required to maintain all the secure connectivity between the federal and provincial platforms, and all the dispatch data, as well as access to license plate data and investigation platforms, runs through that hardware, and is required for operations. Next slide, please. And lastly, server hardware infrastructure. So this is the data that runs the day-to-day file storage, runs the phone system, building automation, HVAC, individual files, and is used for data retention. And so this is on a 10-year business plan, but it's every 5 years staggered, to ensure compliance and that the hardware remains within warranty and support levels. Next slide.
Returning to the budget, you can see that we've requested a modest increase of $429,000 to the operation of the police services, from $4,704,000 to $5,276,000 for the 2024 budget. You'll note as well that the Police Services Board has a reduction of $16,000 in expenditures for this operating year 2024. Capital budget summary is the approved budget was in 2023 $48,500, and the request this year is $55,704. Next slide, please. I don't have that one. Okay, yeah. So, Your Worship, if that concludes our report. If there's any questions, we'd be delighted to entertain them.
Sure, thank you. Other questions or comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And through you, I just want to make a comment to Darren on behalf of the Police Services Board. Councillor Davinsky and I sit on that board. I just want to thank you and Oscar for all of your assistance and support related to the tech stuff. I also very much appreciate that you helped out with delivering the budget, because you can make very technical things sound okay to me. So just please pass along to Oscar that we very much appreciate all of the work you do to keep the systems working as they get closer to end of life, and also that you're very much in tune with helping us make sure that we're covering ourselves going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Chairman O'Connor and Chief Zettel for the presentation. My recollection is that the police collective agreement is expiring at the end of this year, so presumably you've made provision in your budget for a potential increase based on salaries.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, Dave. We put in a potential increase. However, the board and the association have yet to meet to discuss. So that budget could be reflected either positively or negatively, depending on where the collective agreement lies.
Okay, Counselor Stack.
Thank you. Just with respect to the new use of force equipment, just so I'm clear, is that because new officers require new equipment, or is there a warranty or legislative obligation that requires the replacement?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's the new officers. We've always bought in bulk, so we always have those that equipment ready to go in our stores room. And it was so now that we've hired so many officers in the past 3 or 4 years, that inventory is depleted. So by doing that, we've kind of protected ourselves for the next 5 hires. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Counselor Stack.
Sorry, and thank you. And just for a follow-up, so when you're, and this is maybe from my other world, but typically I know some of the TAC equipment, like any vest, bulletproof vests, helmets, have an expiry date. Is when you're stocking these, is that contemplated, or is that a requirement for the police?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, so right now with the with things like vests that have the expiry date on them, we put that into our operating budget that we replace, I believe, 6 vests per year, and it's on a 7-year rotation. So it's every officer gets a new vest size to them, and it's included in the operating expenses as far as equipment and uniforms go.
Thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just wanted to thank you, Chief and Pat, for your presentation, Pat, and thank you for all the good work you do as chair of the police board. And Chief, I sent you some questions prior to budget, and I really appreciate the in-depth response to those questions, and it really did answer a lot of my questions. And I've said it last year, I say it every year. We've got the absolute best police force in all of Ontario, and keeping our residents safe. And so I really do appreciate all the good work you do, great work you do, and to all the officers and staff. So thank you so much for keeping our residents safe. The former council did approve a $7 million police building, which was the right thing to do. We needed we know, don't we? We really did need that new building, obviously. And from an expansion standpoint, and you talk about compliance with provincial growth numbers, and we're maintaining compliance and that authorized strength area. So the building we built, Kevin, with adding 1 officer to a cadet, and every year adding another officer for the next 3, 4, 5 years. How are we doing for space wise? I know the building's only 3 years old, but are we good for, 15, 20, 25 years? I mean, based on the population growth, we're not going to have to look at an expansion on that building anytime soon, I hope. So how are we doing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're set quite well for the future. Even by hiring new officers, our push is and with technology is to have our officers out on the road. So by having the MDTs, so the data terminals on the road, right. Having the computers that can do pretty much everything. We even have printers in our cars right now that can actually allow us to do release papers on the road. We used to bring people back to the station for release. Now we can do that at roadside. So basically our vehicles, our police cruisers are our office for our members. Excellent. For most members. So by continuing to increase our technology and relying on that, it keeps people out of the office. And that's our goal. We want our officers out there to be visible and out in the public. And so in a roundabout way, that also saves us the need for expansion. We do have empty office space right now that we still can grow into. We have 6, right now we have about 5 members on a platoon. So 1 sergeant and 4 constables per platoon. We have enough right now for 6 constable stations. So that allows us to increase each platoon by 2 and still if everybody was in there. And that only happens at the start of shift, right, when they're reading their emails at the start of briefing. Other than that, we try to monitor and make sure there's only 1 officer in the office at a time. So we're set up pretty good, I think, just through our best practices and the space we have.
So it's fair to say that with office space and locker room space, we're adding 8 to 10 people, say, over the next 10 years, we're in good shape.
We are, yes. And even when the locker rooms were designed, they were designed for the additional row of lockers down the center. So right now we're just around the perimeter,
Right.
but we can do back-to-back lockers in the middle as well. So we have room for expansions.
A couple of things, Mr. Mayor. Chief, there's been in our community with bylaw enforcement, we have one full-time bylaw enforcement officer, 35, 40 hours a week. Obviously, they can't work 7 days a week. So police services have to, I expect, would step in and help with bylaw enforcement, particularly in summertime, dogs on the beach, for example, writing tickets. Can you just explain to this council again what the role is of Saugeen Shores Police Services with bylaw enforcement officer to help for bylaw enforcement infractions to help our bylaw enforcement officer?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have always responded to bylaw calls for service, and that has no chance of changing in the near future from what I've seen. We do have to address some proactive patrol approach, and that'll be, I think we have that on tap for 2024 to actually sit down with the directors and council and try to find out what the best solution is moving forward. I'm trying to augment with the budget right now, trying to augment that with the special constable. We do require a lot of extra work for courts. Right now, we've just actually had some downloads from the court system as far as disclosure and redaction and things that the courts used to do that we now have to do. So that special constable will be tied up doing a lot of that information and a lot of those things. However, in the free time and time that aren't consumed through mandatory court processes, I'm hoping to be able to designate special constables for the proactive patrol to go down to the beach and do that. And we also encourage our officers and will assign our officers based on availability to be down there doing proactive patrols, not just the dogs on the beach, but to our trails and all the different bylaw components as well. So
you doing more of foot patrols, bike patrols, those sorts of things? Is that being stepped up at all, or about the same?
I think, and I don't have that number with me right now, but I think we did 75 dedicated bicycle patrols down the beach. And that's when I say dedicated, it's not every day. Our officers are expected to do a foot patrol in their zone.
Okay.
So that's, if we have 5 people working, there should be 5 foot patrols done somewhere in Saugeen Shores that day. However, on certain days when we're staffed adequately and the calls for service allow, we'll actually pull somebody out of the general patrol and general response to go down to and maybe go on the bicycle patrol and be dedicated to the beach so that they're not required to be backup for emergent call for service. We were able to do that 75 times last year. And my hope is that with a fully staffed police service that we can pull people out more often to do those. And I mentioned it to council last year. It's the POPs, the problem oriented policing, where we identify a problem and we try to put the resources to addressing it.
Because one thing I get hit up with the member of council repeatedly is bylaw enforcement and officer dogs on the beach. Are we writing enough tickets? Could you provide for this council at some point in time the number of tickets you actually wrote out for people who have created infractions with dogs off leashes? Could you at some point in time provide that or not?
I think we do. We provide, because we process the tickets through our front office staff, and then we provide that information to Josh. I believe Josh, if that is Josh. Oh, there you go, Josh. You can hide.
If you, I'd just like to see it, and I know warnings are. I'm not a big warning person, but particularly with the number of complaints we get about dogs on the beach off leashes, I just think it should be tickets written out on the spot personally. But the last question I have, Mr. Mayor, with fleet, Chief.
Yes.
Right now, in the report I read a week ago, was about 3 years where we're changing out our police vehicles. What would be the downside? And I heard a little bit about the story last week, but what's the downside to extending that to 4 years?
The cost of repairs. I think the cost of repairs, we found that hanging on to vehicles for more than 3 years are costing us transmissions, motors. What you got to remember with our fleet vehicles is that and it's not all vehicles that are 3 years, it's our frontline patrol vehicles. Those are the vehicles that run 24/7, 365. So when those vehicles are approaching 170, 180,000 kilometers after 3 years of service, they have to be reliable. They have to be, ready to go, and they have to be serviceable. And I think that once we hit that high mileage and that time, the repairs exceed the need for.
We just spend an enormous amount of money on fleet, and I'm going to speak to a little bit later on this afternoon about fleet. But in a way, we extend our vehicles by 1 more year. I think it's by less vehicles over that 10-year period. I think it's the right thing to do personally. So, anyways, thanks again for all the great work, and appreciate your responses.
Okay, thank you.
Further comments, Councillor Stack, and then Davinsky.
This is just a genuine question. So you're running 170 to 180,000 kilometers in a 3-year period on average? Is that sort of what we're saying for vehicles?
On our main frontline patrol vehicles, the supervisor vehicle, they spend more time in the office, but that would be,
Wow.
it could be in excess of 150 for sure. I'd have to look at the numbers again and talk to Jessica to see what we're actually at, but
Okay.
by the time we change them out, they're excess of 150,000, but then say they don't really sit still for too long, so.
Okay, I thought I was hard on vehicles. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a member of the Police Services Board, as mentioned by the Deputy Mayor. We have to, in all the budgets we have done, we've always said something about safety, safety in our parks, safety here, safety there. With the police services budget, it's safety to me 24/7 for the citizens of this community. And I see nothing wrong with the budget that we have presented. And I know your hands are tied somewhat, but I would like to think that you're in agreement with this particular budget. It's providing safety 24/7. I don't want to play with that for our citizens, for me. I just don't want that. If I need a cop because someone broke into my house, I need a cop. And I need them to be there as quickly as they can. And they've done that for years and years. And we've got to continue that. And if it means adding more bodies, well, it's because we've added more bodies to the population. And we have to deal with that as well. So I will be supporting this budget. When it talks about bylaws, the chief is right. It was 75 instances on the beach during the course of the summer. However, what he didn't say, and perhaps you can explain, Chief, that's on the beach proper. We're on the beach. We're on the sand. But you said to me that there are well over 100 times that police are in the area. Maybe not right on the beach, but they are in the area doing a walkthrough or whatever the case may be. And through you, Mr. Mayor, could you explain that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So when I explained 75 instances, that's 75 incidences where we have actually taken a member out of the patrol, out of the general patrol in response to actually dedicate a shift or a half a shift down to the beach. Regardless of doing that every day with an officer doing a foot patrol in their respective zones. The summertime, a lot of those foot patrols revolve around beach patrols. We also, with our newly implemented bicycle unit this year, it was excellent. But when it's coded as a bicycle patrol, that means they're doing the patrols through all the trails, down through the beaches. So they're there at the beaches as well. But it's actually considered a bike patrol because we were trying to track bicycle use and how that worked out as well. But I would say there's not a day goes by in the summer where we don't have at least one foot patrol down at the beach. And that's in addition to our calls for service when we're going down there as well. So 75 is only dedicated patrols where they're actually assigned to patrol the beaches in Saugeen Shores. They're given sometimes will be just given a vehicle where they'll park and then they can walk out. What we don't want is we don't want our general patrol officers to park down in the beach in Port Elgin and walk over to Gobles Grove. Because in an emergent call for service, they're not getting back there to help out. The response time is going to be greatly increased. So if they're not dedicated, they have to have readily accessible vehicles to go to the responses when they have to. So 75 is dedicated, problem-oriented policing, patrols down the beach, foot patrols. And I did some numbers here for, what do I have here? 1,891 foot patrols, community engagement occurrences. And that was as of November 17th, because I thought I was presenting last week. So, but I have, close to 2,000 probably foot patrols that our officers have completed, 330 crosswalk monitoring events, things like that. So our officers are out in the public, that is not always Doesn't necessarily call it a beach patrol. It could just be part of the foot patrol or community engagement, and those kind of events.
Okay, thank you. To continue, I agree with the Vice Deputy Mayor. Warnings, it's time to end the warnings. It's time to give tickets. We've been too nice for too long. And I'm sure there are extenuating circumstances, lack of knowledge of our rules, but the police officer will be able to play that out. But if it's somebody with a dog off a leash, come on, we've council's already dealt with that, and we know what the issue is. So, and we know what the rules are. But again, Mr. Mayor, I'm preaching safety. And you know what? I'll do the same thing when the fire services budget comes up. I agree with the Saugeen Shores Police Services budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments from members or questions? Yeah, no, and thank you guys both for the presentation. I was wondering, and Chief, you sent through some information, I think it was yesterday or the day before, about police officers per population, cops per pop, as they say. And I just wonder if you could, I drew from the information you presented. Thank you for that, because it was really detailed and was good information for council, I think. But the number that sort of I think you settled on, and you can correct me if I'm stating this wrong, was around one police officer for 650 residents, give or take. And so I just wonder if you could speak a little bit about whether that's a number that we can sort of expect the Police Services Board and the Police Services Administration to hew to going forward. Is that the number that we're sort of targeting here as we add more police officers into the years to come?
It's working right now. So the pop to cop ratio, which I mean, it's a kind of a slang I don't necessarily like to use, but that's what they use. I think it works right now. We've had that number for quite a while. With population growing, I think it was around 433 per year based on the DC study. That would equate to about 2 officers for every 3 years. So it's not gonna be every year that I'm gonna be asking for an officer, but we gotta stagger them out, because obviously you'll be short for 1 year and then maybe over the next. So but yes, to answer your question very simply, I'd like to keep with that ratio until something changes. We're facing a very unsure year as far as the new Community Safety and Policing Act that's coming out, changing standards, changing regulations, changing the requirements for police services to provide adequate and effective police services. So that is supposed to come out April 1st of 2024. We've been hearing that now for almost 10 years. So when it happens, I'll believe it, but they seem pretty adamant that it's going to happen this year. If adequacy standards change and they tell me that we have to have a 5-person containment unit, we have to have a 6-person crime unit, and they're not saying that I know of right now, but if that changes, that would be the only thing that really changes my ratio as far as what I think we need for officers to provide adequate and effective services.
And I think that I think that's a good metric for council to have, is to sort of understand the board's intention going forward about what they're going to be, when they're going to be recommending more police officers based on our population growth. Then we can sort of understand as we get those new, and I suspect we're going to get new population projections on our end as we start to redo some of our planning here based on economic development things that we see coming down the road. So I think that's always a good number for council to bear in mind, that 1 officer per 650 is about what our board is thinking. And then we'll be able to understand what those numbers mean when we start to see them here. So I appreciate that information. And the comment I would make is that, and Councillor Davinsky talked about it, the language that's always used around policing is adequate and effective policing, right? And you've said it a few times yourself, Chief. And really, when you talk about the Saugeen Shores Police Service, I don't think that language really expresses it. It's a much more than adequate police service. It's very effective, but it's really excellent and effective. And we talk here at council about things that are of interest to us. We pass bylaws, so bylaw enforcement is important to us because that's what we do here. But I think it's really important just to recognize that the Saugeen Shores Police Services is working on all sorts of critical issues across our community, whether that's the opioid epidemic, which we currently experience, the mental health epidemic, which we are currently in, the homelessness and housing crisis that we face. And because we have an excellent and effective police service in Saugeen Shores, and I would say and hopefully nobody in any other community nearby is listening, but it's better policing than is available just about anywhere else, certainly in our region. We can address those issues a lot better in Saugeen Shores than just about any of our other neighboring communities. The people of Saugeen Shores like that, which is why they have insisted in the past and continuing to insist that we have a local police service. And so I just wanted to say those words and thank you, Chief, and all of your officers for the work that you've done in 2023, and I know you're going to keep doing in 2024. It's $5.2 million well spent, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
Are there the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Just have one final comment. Chief, could you just comment a little bit about the state of policing and policing recruitment? You know, you look what's happening south of the border across Canada. A lot of communities. It's a sad state, right? The way our police officers are treated in a lot of cases, and I think it's in some ways deteriorating. But I imagine 10, 15 years ago, you may have 30, 40 applicants, you know, apply for a position. What's the state today when you advertise for a position for policing? Is it a lot less applications?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's very difficult right now to recruit either experienced or new officers. We are competing with the entire area. We have West Grey, Hanover, Owen Sound, OPP that are all in the same position as we are. Back when I applied 22 years ago to Guelph, I think I was 1 for every 300 applicants.
Wow.
Now we're lucky to get 10 or 15 applicants for a posting within Saugeen Shores. And it's difficult, and I'd say we've actually restarted a process in the past because we just can't find somebody that's would meet the needs or what we expect from Saugeen Shores.
Wow.
Our goal is always to the hire the character, train the talent. We need to find those good people that want to get into policing, and it's not always easy given the hype about policing, given the negativity. A lot of it, which you write, is influenced by what happens in the States.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very difficult right now, and that's one portion of the battle. The next is trying to get the spots at the Ontario Police College, because that is the only center right now for training basic constable training, and we are everybody's competing for spots to try to get those allocations. Right. They've changed it from 3 intakes a year to 4 just to try to meet the demand, but it's still seem to be losing ground every year. So yeah, hopefully somebody that wants to get into policing, tell them to please do their testing and apply.
It's a big change, 300 applicants down to 10 or 15.
It is for sure. It's changed a lot over the years. So
okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just one final comment, because you mentioned the upcoming changes to the legislation, if they come, like you say, and that's always a question. But I hope the board will keep council informed about pressures that any changes that may come down are facing, that pressures or financial challenges that those changes create for the police service, because what we can do is lobby on behalf of the police service, because I think certain of these changes, based on what I hear out in the ether, may be things that a larger police service can handle, that a Toronto or somebody, one of the Big 12 can deal with. But down here, at our level in smaller police services, it can be quite detrimental to our operations. And I think the province needs to be aware of that. And it will take councils like ours with local police services to make them aware of it. So I would just encourage the board, as you hear these things coming, don't, make sure you're speaking to us. Don't try and deal with it on your own. We can be allies and would like to be allies in advocating for the police service. So just a comment. But anyway, with that, do you have another comment, Chief?
Yeah, just before I do have to leave for some pressing operational issues right now. But if there's any questions that come up throughout the day, Kara will either send me a text message or give me a call, and I can hopefully jump on to answer any of those questions before you leave for the end of the day. But unfortunately, I won't be able to stay around today. So thank you.
We appreciate that. Appreciate you're busy, and thank you for being here this morning, Chief. Okay, so with that, we'll move on then. Thank you guys both very much.
Thank you for allowing us to present.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to, we're going on to development services now. So we'll turn that over to the Director of Development Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can move to the next slide. So the Development Services Department has objectives and priorities in the areas of infrastructure planning and development, economic development, growth management, compliance with bylaws, as well as asset planning and forecasting. So those are our areas of focus. Next slide, please. Our customers span everyone from residents, property owners, developers, visitors to the town, investors that may want to establish new businesses in the town. And we also provide project management services to other departments as part of our suite of services internally. Our divisions consist of these services are organized under engineering services, planning and development, and the building services and bylaw enforcement division. And I'm pleased to be joined this morning by our manager of planning and development, Jay Posner, our manager of building services, Josh Plantz, and our manager of engineering services, Rahul Amin. I'll be going through the major initiatives, and then each of the managers will talk about their divisional highlights, and then it'll come back to me to talk about capital highlights at the end and wrap up. So with that, we can move to the major initiatives. Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead, sorry, clerk. Just a quick note on the organizational chart. The most noteworthy thing for this year is the move of the community development officer and the economic development officer into the planning and development division. So we were happy to welcome those positions and those staff into our department this year. And there's a new position, BIA coordinator, which will support the BIAs, and that is not a tax funded position, so it's funded outside the tax levy. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So the first page here, we have some initiatives which are carry forwards from last year. The detailed design for the Port Elgin waterfront is something that is about to get finalized in terms of reference. Rahul's been working hard on getting that ready. So that will be a focus for next year. There isn't a budget ask, as I said, because it's carry forward. Continuing to support development of the Cedar Crescent Village will be an ongoing activity next year. There isn't a budget ask for that. It's staff effort in that regard. The cultural heritage official plan update will follow from the cultural heritage master plan, which is a carry forward from this year. We're happy to have been able to present the scope of the cultural heritage master plan to Heritage Committee recently, and we're in position now to post a request for proposals to engage a consultant to carry that work forward. There isn't an ask for that because that's last year's approved money. And then the master plan will likely contain recommendations for us to implement in the official plan. So that's why those two are kind of together related projects for next year. Now, next slide. An important initiative or an item that we want to talk about that didn't make the list. There was a glitch with the tables getting finalized, but I want to start with talking about the increase in spending that we're planning for new sidewalk construction. We've traditionally had around $40,000 in new sidewalk construction as an ongoing item, and we're recommending that increase to $150,000 this year and going forward throughout the life of the plan. And the priority we've assigned to that from a service level standpoint is high. The next now to the top row on that slide, having addressed that missing sidewalk construction piece. In 2024, we are looking at a detailed design project for High Street, which would extend from the lake to Victoria Street, and it would incorporate the conceptual plan that was brought forward by the BIA earlier this year. there's a $200,000 ask for that, which will be an intensive design project, which will take, we think, most of next year. And then the idea is to have a phase which would go from Grosvenor to the lake in 2025, and that would be coordinated with the Cenotaph project. And then in 2026, there'd be another phase going from Grosvenor to Albert, and then 2027 from Albert to Victoria. So the work's been, Rahula's carefully phased this work out, and the total project would be $5.8 million. But for 2024, it's design, so 200K. And we've identified this as a base priority. Next item is the asset management plan policy update. And this would give us the ability to incorporate the building and facility condition assessment work that was completed this year. So that's staff effort, but we've identified it as base because we need to stay on track with this work to maintain our regulatory requirements associated with asset management. And the last item on this page is a carry forward from last year. We anticipate that at some point in 2024, we'll be in position to advance an update to the natural heritage policies and maps in the town official plan. And we have this as a budget item as 90,000, and the priority assigned to it is low, not because the work isn't important, but because the impact of a deferral of this work into 2025 would be less impactful than some of the other projects that we have identified.
Did the deputy mayor want to say something? The deputy mayor has a comment.
Thank you. Could you please repeat what you said about new sidewalk construction? It went by very quickly. I think you said $150,000 a year going forward, but what is it currently, and what would be the increase that you're asking for that would bring it up to that $150,000? Thank you. If you could just repeat that.
Yeah, sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Traditionally, the spend has been around 40,000. In 2023, we increased that to 75,000 because we wanted to do the entire segment from Goddard Street to Victoria Street that we did on Devonshire. And in order to do that, we needed $75,000. So we were able to do that through reallocating other capital funds. So going forward, we're looking at doubling that. So we could do 2 projects of the size of Devonshire that we did this year every year going forward. So I guess to answer in terms of the increase, it would be an increase from traditionally 40 to 150. With capital works, we don't kind of position it as a $90,000 increase because they're discrete projects every year. But we've given this sort of long-term horizon so that we see that we're recommending the town make that level of commitment every year, and it's predictable and funded.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just Mark, through you to Mark, the extra, and we did Arlington Street last year too. There was a section of sidewalk on Arlington Street, not just Devonshire, right?
Arlington was done last year as a carry forward from work that was planned in 2022.
Mark,
that wasn't
that
completed.
110,000, is that tax levy funded?
That would be what was future capital reserve? Yeah. Future capital reserve, which is funded by taxpayers.
Okay. Carry on. Well, of course, we'll go back to questions when you're finished.
And thanks for somebody correcting me in my math as 110 increase, not 90. So having gone through the major initiatives, I'll hand it now over to Manager of Planning and Development, Jay Posner, for the divisional highlights.
Thank you. It's an exciting day for me. The first time presenting to you in this capacity, and I don't know if I should introduce myself to you, but I wanted to also highlight that this is a team effort, and that I'm very privileged to have been able to work very recently in the formation with 4 exceptional people working in the division and the Planning and Development division. And I also note that based on the newly adopted strategic plan, it's quite an honor to see that we tie directly to many, not just one or two of the directions, but many of them, is quite an honor to work on that. But on just as overview of the division's responsible for land use planning and economic development in the town, combining long-range land use planning research, policy development and implementation, economic and community development, and in coordination with the County of Bruce Planning Department, the administration of the Planning Act development applications process. And while the broadest understanding of the roles include many subjects of importance to the town, the current focus on housing, cultural heritage, and the environment remains. And so I'm excited to put our efforts into the work plan. Next slide. So the first item is a carry forward from 2023 to update the local planning service memorandum of understanding with the County of Bruce. And this is to confirm the contract with Bruce County to provide land use planning services, and no new budget asked. Next item is to develop and implement the urban tree canopy plan, another carry forward. But just as a reminder, this was one of the recommendations of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee to prepare such a plan with public education, tree maintenance, tree planting, and present a tree cutting bylaw for council consideration. Next item is to examine a partnership with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, another ESAC recommendation. And this would be for an environment ad hoc committee to investigate. And the partnerships, the FCM partnership is a network of many Canadian municipalities wanting to take action against climate change by reducing local greenhouse gas emissions. And there'll be a report to council on this. Next item is a destination development plan. And so with the collaboration of town staff, BIAs, and the community, it's to work on a plan to promote the town as a four-season destination, including exploring the right mix of businesses in downtowns and other areas of town, community, and social needs, such as arts, events, activities, essentially creating complete communities. This project goes hand in hand with the community toolkits refresh, which is mentioned in another slide. And the last item on the page is the zoning bylaw update. It's a regular in-house examination of the zoning bylaw and to address ongoing issues and determine if and how the zoning bylaw could be used to facilitate the type of appropriate development that we really want, to improve the streamlining for the types of development, et cetera. As I mentioned there's a focus on parking, and there will be on-farm diversification matters explored, as well as reviewing the bylaw to make sure it remains compliant with changing or ever-changing provincial policy and county policy. Next slide. These two items should be adjusted on their priority to be both low. So rather than base, they should be low. That is, I think, should be acknowledged. The first item, the tourism impact study, which was once a county-led study, but since the county has stopped preparing that, it's recommended the town generate this report so there's up-to-date and accurate assessment of the economic impact of tourism on the town's economy. And, with this study, it will help focus our efforts with really good information. It's always good to have data as opposed to making assumptions. The 40,000 request is so the town can hire a consultant to assist in the initial preparation and analysis. And the idea is to develop tools so that future studies could be done by staff. And the next item is titled Economic Development Consulting Fees. And this is just a request to have funds for specialized research into, important but emergent issues of an economic development nature. And as I mentioned, should be a low priority for this item. Next slide. The Environmental Stewardship Award, yet another recommendation from that ESAC committee, quite a committee it was, really exciting to work on that, is the creation of a community award recognizing community organizations, individuals or businesses that do really great local work. The 10,000 budget ask is to support the work of an environment ad hoc committee, much in the same way that Lamont Sports Park Committee had a modest operating budget. The community toolkits refresh, be a reminder, coupled with the destination development plan, but these toolkits, they exist now, but it's been about 10 years. And they did help the town and businesses in developing strong brands for both Southampton and Port Elgin and making them as distinct destinations. The toolkits provided an action plan with a series of recommendations looking at economic development matters, marketing, promotion, organization, collaboration matters, and then as well physical design, the actual colors, textures, built materials. The 5,000 ask is really to support the completion of the refresh with sort of high quality design and editing so that they're really useful tools. And this is especially important for tools that are used by multiple organizations. It's not just an in-house sort of tool. It'll be given to businesses, the BIAs, and anyone else that finds them valuable as to build our brand. Innovation Park sales. It's in the request. It's for funding to help develop and pursue leads within Innovation Park. Got to just leave it at that. The next item is adjusted from what's shown on screen, and this is in accordance for the housing allowance subsidy. And in accordance with council's understanding in the 23 budget, the 24 subsidy will be $150,000 funded by a tax levy. And the budget impact, again, it's adjusted from what's shown on screen, but with recent impact growth data that's coming in over the, I'll have to defer to Jim on the specifics, is the budget impact is essentially, it's tempered by the new growth data. So it's a very limited impact to budget. Next slide. The community planning permit system. And one of the recommendations of the Attainable Housing Task Force, the town pursued a feasibility study in 2022 recommending implementation of a CPPS focused on facilitating the types of housing the town needs. And as a reminder, I think many of you remember, but I'll do it again, is that a permit system combines zoning, variance, and site planning in a streamlined process, which, as identified in the feasibility study, could be effectively used to reduce development costs and risks, which translates to facilitating the types of housing we want. The $150,000 for specialized consultant services, it was outlined in the study that there's only about 4 communities in Ontario that have a CPPS, and Saugeen Shores would be the first to have one that's built specifically for housing. So this requires some specialized support. But as noted, it's a project that, for this and the next 2, was a part of our application to CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund and would only proceed with that if we're awarded that grant. We expect a sort of an answer on the fund application by year's end. They've said fall 23 and fall goes to December 20th. So we don't know. Next item, nodes and corridor study. This is something I think has been brought to council's attention before, but this is would examine main streets and key intersections in town to find opportunities and limitations for support further intensification in those areas. The 50,000 ask is for consultant support to prepare the study and guidelines through a consultative process and to also understanding our engineering limitations in those areas. As you can imagine, you can't infinitely build up along streets. You need to understand the, sewer capacity, water capacity, who knows what other capacities that might. So this is a specialized study. As mentioned, this was also part of the House Accelerator Fund application, excuse me. Next item is the residential greenfield design guidelines. Earlier this year, we presented the urban existing neighborhoods design guidelines. And likewise, this guideline document would look at the new subdivisions in town. So greenfield areas is the areas at the fringes of our community. And the last one identified as low is the policy study. And that, again, like the economic development, this every year brings, emergent issues and important matters which require support that goes beyond our staff's capacity. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So before we move on to building services, why don't we just ask if there
I forgot. There's stuff that isn't showing.
Oh, geez, well, that's a surprise.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just highlight. Sure. One item that's not showing, it should be as base, is the support for BIAs, just ongoing work with for the division to support BIA coordinator and the new role as that person in turn provides direct support to the BIAs. And the final item is Cameron Park examination. And with the cessation of baseball uses at Cameron Park, there'll be an examination of the potential future uses of Cameron Park. The report will be brought back to council related to that. Thank you.
Are there expenses associated with either of those?
No expenses for either. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so questions or comments with regard to the planning services component, the deputy mayor?
Thank you. It's just for clarification. Perhaps this is a Jim or a Daniel question. The line that's about municipal housing allowance subsidy. I'm just not clear on how I should be reading this because it's got this year $75,000, but then an increase to $150,000 in 2025, and then to $225,000 in 2026, and then after. But then there's this ongoing 200,000. Can you just explain to me how to read all these numbers together in terms of how they flow? Because in particular, I don't know why it says ongoing 200,000. How does that relate to the number per year and the increases being suggested? Thank you.
The number that you see there when it's ongoing is the average, and it was just because it was ramping up. It's not the end point. So maybe average would have been a better word to use. But to simplify it for the sake of municipal housing, with the change that we made that was issued in the addendum that was sent out yesterday, we are looking at $150,000 for 2024, 225,000 for 25 and onwards. And that is funded by the levy now.
Yeah, so the description that's before you isn't accurate. It's this description isn't accurate. It's changed, right? It's different from what
from the original published is inaccurate, and it's been corrected in the addendum too.
Okay, so I think I have Councillor Grace next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm looking first at page 246, and I've got a couple of questions there. The sidewalk construction, what is the priority for that?
You have the, Councillor Grace, it's because some of us are using the computers, it's harder to reference. Can you just give us the slide number you're looking at?
Maybe it's the major initiatives for 2024, the addition of the sidewalk construction.
Yeah.
149.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, slide 149 should show new sidewalk construction, and we are recommending that it have a priority of high.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is also on that slide, and it's about the natural heritage OP update. It says this is a carry forward project from 2023. Does that mean that we spent money on this in 2023 and then we would be spending additional money in 2024 that you're not recommending that we do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in 2022, we were anticipating that we would be able to advance this work within staff resources. But in reviewing the scope and the nature of the work, we're recommending that we retain a consultant to assist us with that exercise. Yeah. So that's why it's a new ask this year.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm looking at slide 153. And I know that there was at least one question from the public about this, and just would ask that Jay clarified this in his comments, but that the 10,000 is not specifically for an award per se, because I know when we contemplated this recommendation in the ESAC committee, this was something we thought we could do without any money, just a recognition and, maybe a nice certificate and presentation or something. But I know that one member of the public commented on this and said, why are we spending $10,000 on an award? So you would see this as a set aside for expenses for the committee if required.
That's correct. And I guess it had to show up on some project. So it could be for any other work that the ad hoc committee would do. So yes, correct.
Thank you. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Further comments or questions for the manager of Planning and Development. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jay, for your presentation. I just, you mentioned about the potential future use of Cameron Park, which I think is a great thing in light of the fact that, Beaner Park, Phase 2 opens up in 2025, and the North Field will probably become expendable, in my view. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see with the use of minor ball. The numbers are going way up. There are a need for practice fields in this community still, believe it or not, that those diamonds are going to be filled up pretty quickly. But Jay, I'm just wondering, can Beaner Park be added? I know it's all part of workload and so on, but in addition to Cameron Park, Beaner Park, those two fields are disappearing as well. Potentially again in 2025 because of Lamont Sports Park. We can't physically keep all that land, in my view, and we've got to pay bills, lots of them. So can Beaner Park be added?
Well, I think you've just nailed it on sort of workload, is that council can identify any properties for us to work on. I'm going to be bringing a report shortly to planning committee, council on the planning day, sort of updating on progress of the other properties identified with potential other exploration as well. Made a note, Beaner could be there if council so wishes.
Well, I just think that Beaner Park those two ball diamonds are disappearing. So that's about 10, 12 acres of land that we need to start thinking about. So the other thing I'm really pleased about the housing subsidy. We were $75,000 approved last year, and we're increasing that to $150,000 this year. And that's good news because, rental subsidies of $600 a month for one bedroom apartment, $1,500 dropping it down to $900 makes it affordable for a lot of people, well, for 10 or 11 residents, and hopefully the county will add a few to that number. But so I'm pleased to see that the housing subsidy numbers in there. The BIA coordinator, the contract position, and Mark mentioned that it doesn't affect the tax levy. So where are the funds coming from, and what is a contract position for a BIA? The BIA does have a coordinator. Very short term. I mean, I think they're like
the CAO will speak.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. And the reason why I'm speaking to it is because economic development just recently moved from my office into planning and development. So earlier this year, between myself and the manager of strategic initiatives, we met with both the BIA chairs, and we understood that the BIAs function on a volunteer capacity from the business community. So the chairs, like we saw the presentation from Sarah the other night in Southampton, she's a very enthusiastic chair, donating and giving a lot of her time to that BIA. The coordinator position that they fund has been a challenge for them to keep and retain staff in that role. So one of the conversations we've been having with them is about creating some permanency to that. I don't know if we use the word contract, but the intent was that it could be a permanent position that was funded from the BIA levy to support it, which again would give some permanency to that role and some job security to the individual that's in it, that then would support those BIAs longer term. And then the overall goal being that the board could function as a board and less as staff. And again, because we also see burnout in those board capacity when they're doing the lion's share of the work. So that was the thinking behind it and some of the conversations we've had with the BIAs.
Thank you, CAO. When I said contract, I was reading, I see now under the director, there's a project manager, 2 project managers for capital projects. And I believe that's Steve Hardy, maybe Colin. I think I've got that right. Yeah. So the contract was for those 2 positions, and the other, so the BIA coordinator is for permanent full-time. Now, I heard the other night from the BIA coordinator in Southampton that their budget's increasing from $29,000 to $58,000, doubling. And so is the BIA coordinator in Southampton a full-time position?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe if my memory serves me correct, from Monday, it was about $15,000 they were allocating to that. So I would offer, I do not believe that's a full-time position with $15,000 of funding. So one of the other conversations we've been having is between both BIAs, that this would be a shared position between them that could potentially be jointly funded, again, to give some longevity to the role, some job security to the individual that's in it.
So Kara, the BIA coordinator would be supervised by who?
Thank you for the question. And through you, again, a lot of these details need to be worked out. And so there would be a report back to council before this moves forward. We just wanted to flag it for council's information at this point in time, because we will be working on it, but it would report into Jay through planning and
Okay,
development.
I just want to understand the position clearly though, because it's a new position again. And every new position we add is probably $100,000 of wages and benefits, maybe not quite that high with some positions, but so the BIA coordinator would be funded from from business levy, and so that wages and benefits, no cost to the municipality?
Thank you for the question. So again, if it moves forward, there'll be a report that comes back to council that details all of this, including the job description and everything like that. So as you've seen with other positions, we do come back to council with the details. But yes, what is being proposed, there is a $0 beside that position, because what's being proposed is that it's funded through the BIA levies.
Okay, just going to be, it seems like a fairly hefty increase to the BIA levy. So businesses, so that money, those monies come from the businesses. So they're going to have to, there's going to be a substantial increase in their levy to fund this position. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, apologies, but you're making some assumptions about it. It doesn't necessarily need to be a permanent full-time position. It'll be up to the BIAs to determine what it is they want to do for funding towards the position. So I don't want to make any assumptions about what money they may be allocating from their budget. We saw $15,000 from the Southampton BIA on Monday, which as I said, is not enough to fund a position. So it'll be many conversations that we're having with those boards.
No, thank you. And pardon me for taking the deep dive there. It's not going to cost the taxpayers money for this new position is what I was striving at, I guess. The question I had was about, I think it's in this budget, was it tourism impact study and economic development consultant study? Was those two that you just presented, Jay? And
Yes.
two studies. Were they, help me understand this, it's in here probably, but the priority, low, medium, high, where do they stand? Where do they sit? Tourism impact study and an economic development consultant study. Where are they from an impact standpoint?
Yeah, they should be noted as low priority.
Low priority?
Yeah, for the purposes of this plan.
It's probably in there and I missed it maybe.
No, I had to correct it here. So.
Yeah. Carrie, this question I've asked before, but I do get asked 5 times a day, I swear, about CCV. I really honestly do. And I just think it's important for the community to hear from you again, one more time. You say every 2 months, you say the same answer, I think. But building permits for, quote, a Dairy Queen, building permits for Whitefish Grill, both permits have been issued. Is that correct? And are we any closer with the development group? We're any closer to making a decision when they're going to be in the ground? And the second part of that question is substantial completion. Once the building permit's taken out, am I correct by saying in the lease agreement that it has to be within 2 years of issuing a building permit, that there has to be substantial completion? Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I will attempt to answer part of it, but I'm not going to speak directly on the lease without it in front of me. But I believe the lease actually had a 2-year from the date that the building permit was pulled. So I would have to confirm that again, but that's what my memory says is, so it's 2 years. I don't know if the word substantial completion was used in it. So I can look that up and provide that portion of the lease for council. And I have not had a further update from the development individuals since the last time that I was asked.
Thank you. I just, the first building permit, I think, was taken out 6 months ago. I believe it was 6 months, and substantial completion, if it's in there, time's starting to run out, so I'm just I'm just asking the question on behalf of community members who keep asking me. So thanks for your response.
Okay, further questions, the deputy mayor.
Thank you. It's a very small amount of money. However, the line that has about requires a tax increase in 2024 related to the Innovation Park sales. I don't believe that Innovation Park should be, I think all of this item should have been in the project costs that we've already had go through. So at some point, and I believe I asked at that time that there be a sort of a regular accounting that assembles all of the costs associated and all of the potential of an Innovation Park in a nice little captured kind of thing, so that we could realize the investment that the public has already made in purchasing that land and in developing that land, that there's at least a reasonable expectation that there will be a return on that investment, or at the very least that the taxpayers can assume that we're working towards a break-even point. Because I don't believe that with it, I understand and respect the idea and certainly look forward to some activity in that area. However, I don't believe that most taxpayers in our community would expect that we're funding development when development should be paying for itself. So it's a very small amount of money, but I'm a little disappointed to see that it even references that there's an even slight tax increase required for this, when it should be built right into the whole project in terms of the promotion and the sales of those lots. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I'll follow up on the deputy mayor's question to the director of corporate services. Can that item, as small as it is, be billed against future Innovation Park sales rather than be assigned to the tax levy?
We'll take that away as the direction.
That would be my preference. Further comments, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just a comment. I see that the some of those consultant fees have been dropped to low, but I added it up and we're spending $449,000 on consultants in this budget, and that doesn't count carry forward. And I noticed another one that I missed, the policy study, for another 20,000. And I'm just like that we're spending a lot on consultants, and I'm glad to see some of these moving from low, moving too low, but that's just an awful lot of money on consultants. Almost $500,000, not including all the carry forward. So I'm focusing on those consultants, and that's a good way that cuts off almost 2% of a tax increase by just getting rid of those consultants. I know you can't just simply do it that way, but I'm attuned and listening to all the consultants that we have here. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we'll get, because as you said, as you know, those have been assigned to low, so they've been removed essentially already. So it'll be interesting to hear at the end how that number you've quoted looks, once we've finished all this work, because I suspected it has already changed and probably will some more.
Thank you.
Are there further comments? Go ahead, Councillor Divinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to comment on the BIA discussion we had. Once again, transparency. I'm a member of the Southampton BIA. The coordinator we have goes beyond doing the job. As far as I know right now, Port Elgin does not have a coordinator. And in order for the BIAs to work, I believe, they need a coordinator, somebody that's doing the behind the scenes work. So why not have one coordinator for both BIAs? And I can tell you selfishly, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to keep our coordinator for ourselves, but I know you have to put out an RFP on this, I assume. I don't know how that works, but have one coordinator for both BIAs. Those under them are your volunteers, your business leaders and what have you. They don't have time to be coordinators. So you need that. The other thing is doubling the Southampton BIA levy. The Southampton BIA levy has not been touched for 10 years. For 10 years. And we're playing catch up here with the doubling of the levy. And I might add, we asked for that after we asked the business owners if they would be okay with this. And most are okay with this. They want to see more action down at the down in Southampton. So those are just a couple of areas I wanted to clear up. I hope I haven't said it incorrectly.
And I thank you for those clarifications. And I might just add that, you know, it's important to remember the BIAs are masters of their own domain, if you like, right? They are much like council, right? They have a set of constituents that they represent. They have a program, they consider that program, they pass a budget, and that budget sets their levy, and they can set their levy at whatever level they like, just like council can to meet their program needs. So so part of that program is a coordinator. They decide, you know, what that's going to cost, how much to pay. They raise the funds for it from their own constituents, and that all functions in and of itself. We have an oversight role just to make sure that it meets the requirements of the Municipal Act because they are a municipal board, but we should not, and no one, it's not speaking to you so much because I think most members of council know this, but speaking to the members of the public, the BIA activities are not things the taxpayer is funding. Their employees are not things the taxpayer is funding. That's all being taken care of by the BIA members themselves who pay a levy directly to the BIA. So just so there's no confusion, not, as I say, among the public on that point. Are there further questions or comments, the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I'll go in a different direction. I think it will be important at some point, and hopefully there'll be enough time over lunch for some of us to do a little cross-checking. This division budget still includes as a base the development and implementation of an urban tree canopy plan. However, I believe in some other categories, some priorities have shifted down to low. One of them would have been, I believe, from what I glanced at from the addendum number 2, any increase in a tree budget, a tree planting budget went from medium down to low, and natural heritage policy creations, updates, I can't remember exactly the language, that's moved down to low too. And I just think, you know, we either care about the environment or we start continually chopping it up. So it's great that some stuff is still showing up associated with trees in a base budget situation, but I hope that some of us will be able to make some connections to just ensure that creating bylaws or programs and public education, that we've continued to keep some funds in there to once we get those things created, that we have some funds available to do something immediately to put them into action, which will then hopefully inspire you know, members of the public to jump in there. So it was just a comment because I think the other tree ones that went down to low were in a different department. So I'm encouraged that this is considered base here, but we need to make sure that we have elements in other places that support this kind of action and initiative going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, council will be able to revisit any of those priority changes at the end, so we can have those discussions later on. I just had a comment myself on and it's another very small item, so I will keep my comments brief to match how small the item is, but the community toolkits refresh, I would reclassify to low. I think we have good toolkits. They don't need to be rebranded. We can continue to use them. So that would be my view on that one. the Vice Deputy Mayor.
One final comment to you, to Jay. I've asked this repeatedly, and I'm going to ask it again because I think it's very important for our community to hear the answer, and that is surplus land inventory report. How close are we to bringing that report for the Y daycare? I call them the Y daycare center lands south of town, and also the lands in behind the Independent, which would be ideal for a housing development, whether it's habitat or some kind of affordable housing development. How close are we for those two properties?
Yeah.
Bringing that back to council for a report.
Yeah, and I think I was consistent. It said we're bringing it shortly because as much as I think the next meeting is available, it's always a trick to try to get all the information in front of council in the most accurate and informative way. But I think it's very soon you're going to see a report.
Will the lands in behind the Independent be added to that report?
I think we can certainly talk about specific properties there, and I intend to show other properties as potential candidates at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think we've had a good conversation on planning and development. So we'll move on now to, I think, building is next. Am I right? Yes, building services and bylaw enforcement. And sorry, Councillor Grace.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just, I guess, seeking the clerk's guidance on whether I should be leaving the room because the municipal accommodation fee is listed as one of the items to be discussed or presented.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. There is no legislative requirement to leave the room, so to speak. However, there are times where it is more appropriate to leave the room. With an item like this, it's more about ensuring that there is no influence going on to members of council from the person who has the conflict.
I won't scowl at
your
anybody.
stoic face, yes. But yeah, so that's kind of the intention with that. There are some more direct conflicts where it is appropriate, but I would leave that up to you.
I would just say that I would just ask members, let's focus our conversation, or if there is going to be a conversation around that subject, let's focus it toward the end of this discussion. We'll sort of separate it out. And so we'll let the manager give his presentation. We'll make questions or comments on the items that are not municipal accommodation tax, and then we can handle that separately. Okay, so we'll turn it over to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am here to present the divisional highlights for the Building Service and Bylaw Enforcement Division. Our team ensures the compliance of the Ontario Building Code and the town municipal bylaws. So I'll move on to our highlights. The first highlight is a building procedural manual. So this is a centralized document that will hold all the procedures in the building department. This initiative allows staff to create or update procedures, making our processes more visible. There's no budget asked for this, and the priority is base. The next is a firearm bylaw review. So this bylaw has not been updated as the town has grown. This review will update the boundaries for the discharge of firearms. So it'll represent what we have now. Currently, we haven't updated it in a while. So this is there's no budget asked for this, and the priority is base. And the third one is the bylaw public education. So the focus of this initiative is to increase the information regarding bylaws to the public. It's going to include an annual calendar that we can track our social media. So when we need to before plowing season comes, we'll know that we have to do blasts of information for that. We are also going to create a pamphlet with bylaw information for the public. So then the last initiative is the short-term rental accommodation review, and it's a budget ask of $20,000. The priority is low, so the budget ask is to hire a consultant that would be involved, that would investigate and report what would be involved in implementing a short-term rental licensing program. Thank you. I'm open to any questions.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll take any questions on those first three items, and then after that on the final one. Questions on those first three items, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Really excited about the public education brochures and scheduling of blasts or whatever you called them. Great idea. The building procedures manual, this document, it would stand alone, or is it the development procedures or development manual that we've got right now, is that a different document, or are the two of them the same, or do they work in concert with each other?
Thank you for your question. This is going to be an in-house for staff to gather all our procedures right now. We don't have a centralized location for them. So any new staff or any staff wanting to know the procedures for the building department will be able to have this book and this manual. So.
Okay, further questions on those first three items? You don't see any. Any questions then on the MAF STR item? Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. What's the effect of on Monday night's council when we decided not to receive it?
I think you've seen the effect here. It's been classed as low, so it's been removed from the budget.
Thank you.
By the administration. The Deputy Mayor.
Except I just for clarification, I do think the way that it was presented, I think what got turned down was the municipal accommodation fee. I don't think it was specific to the short-term rental licensing part. I could be corrected on that, but I thought that there were two distinct channels there. So the way that the Josh presented it, he did remove the municipal accommodation fee from the language, but the other part still stands, though, I think, as a possibility. Am I wrong about that?
The report that council received from the administration that was dealt with on Monday night was dealt with both items, municipal accommodation fee and short-term rental. I mean, mind you, it was an item that was, I mean, the vote we took was on receiving a report. So we haven't actually made a decision on the content of the report. But for the purpose of today's discussion, there's $20,000 classified as low. The administration has removed all low priority items from the budget. So this item is not funded in the budget before you. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, then we're moving on to, thank you, Josh. Moving on then to engineering services, and I guess we have Rule.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Before I go to our divisional highlight, I want to thank all the managers, especially Jay, Josh, Pete, Larry, and Dan for their great support all along this year to implement all of our project. And special thanks to my group, Jay, Jamie, Lucas, and Ross, and in the asset management group, Jessica, Caitlin with K, and Caitlin with C. So actually, when I reviewed our accomplishment this year, we actually almost completed all of our projects, and we also completed some of the carryover projects from last year. We will have some carryover to next year, but those projects actually we don't have control over. So we have to carry over some of the projects. As you know that we only don't manage the capital projects. We also provide project management support to other departments and divisions for their capital plan or business plan. We also manage our drainage superintendent role for the town. We help Josh for his lot grading certificates. We provide support to our planning and development for their new development applications. We also do lots of study, master plans, etc., etc. So, and the most important thing, the asset management plan for the town. So this upcoming year for 2024, our division highlights is first that we actually identified that asset management level of service review, which is actually a requirement for the to be in compliance with the regulations. So the regulations actually ask all the municipalities provide the level of service that the municipality proposes to provide for each 10 years. And the deadline is July 1. So we planned for this project for 2024 that so that we can be in compliance with this requirement, regulatory requirement. Our next project that we identified as our divisional highlight is Highway 21 rail trail crossing advocacy. So we actually continue to working with MTO. We did that this year and we will be continuing that next year so that we have a solution on this issue. And the last project we identified as the CCTV or closed circuit camera in investigation for our sanitary sewers. So actually this project will provide us the existing condition of our sanitary main. It is really connected to the first one, the asset management level of service. So it will identify the current state, and then we can actually set up our target as a level of service, and we can do gap analysis to come up with our plan. So for the asset management level of service, we need 24K. And since it's a regulatory requirement, we identified as a base requirement or base priority. And for the Highway 21 rail trail crossing advocacy, we don't need any extra money. We'll just do in-house communication with the MTO and coordination with the MTO. And for CCTV sanitary investigation, we need 100K. And this is actually a recurrence project. We need to do that every 5 years. So we are planning for 2024, the 100K, and then we'll be doing another one in 2029. And it's high, priority is high. Thank you.
Okay, are you going to go through your capital items rule, or you may as well?
I will just hand over to Mark.
Oh, Mark's going to do that? Okay, I'll turn it over to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first page of projects are associated with the Eastwood, Lennon and Mill Streets work, which is connected to the West Links development, and council recently approved the cost sharing approach for that. And so this is carried forward from last year and work to be done as planned. We anticipate that we'll be tendering this one very soon, and it will be one of the first projects to break ground next year if everything goes to plan. So that's carried forward. Next page. We have bridge projects that we're planning to tackle in 2024. One is an EA for the Moore Bridge, environmental assessment, and there are repairs identified for the Scott and Gowan Lock bridges. And that's so those combined are 270K, and with a base priority in order to in accordance with the inspection reports that are done every 2 years. The road reconstruction is structured in a way that provides for delineating which is medium and low priority. Road construction is a bit different in terms of how we presented. There are many road reconstruction projects included in this, and it's the totality of the 9 years of work that's part of this, the ongoing annual averages that you see. The road projects they're part of a system, and it's hard to kind of pull one road segment out and not another one. And so the way we've structured the high, medium, low for the road plan is in terms of the years of work. And so the high priority represents the work that we would do from 2024 through 2030. And then in medium priority, we have 2031, and in low priority, 2032. And so how that would be implemented if council were to remove low is that would reduce the ongoing annual spend by 896,000. If council were to also eliminate the medium, that would reduce the annual capital spend by another 191K. And then the practical implication of that is that the work that has been planned for the first 7 years of the plan would get stretched out into the 9 years of the plan. I may have garbled how I explained that, but if these priorities are implemented, we would accomplish the reduced spending by deferring work such that the work that was currently planned in 2029 would be done in 2030 and so on. And we would be sorting through the 2024 plan in terms of which of those projects would get deferred. So I hope that is clear. Similarly, fleet is also similar in that it's we're taking a long range view of it. It's a system. Very difficult to kind of pick and choose individual pieces of equipment. And so we've taken a time horizon approach to this as well, because there are often interdependencies between different pieces of equipment over time. And so how we've structured this is that for the base level, equipment added or replaced 2024 through 2029, and that's a 459,000 asked for 2024, and it would be a 1.15 ongoing. Moving to the medium category, that would cover fleet in 2030 and 2031. And the low priority category is the fleet that was identified for 2032. So in similar fashion, to the extent that council reduces were to remove the low or the medium or both, then the purchases that are planned in what was proposed would be spread out over time to reduce the annual spend.
I just want to, if I can clarify those couple of points, because the message sort of has been that the administration has already removed low priority items, but I also have heard maybe that that's not the case with fleet. Is that the case with these roads ones too? Like, have those two low items already been taken out, or are they still in?
That's maybe my fault in my communication with you yesterday. So the plan as presented includes all of these items, which includes low. But at the end of the day, when we bring it forward on December 11th, the low items, if council agrees that's the plan, would not be included.
So the numbers you presented us at the beginning of today have these out?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you take us to right through to the end with your KPIs and whatnot, the director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The KPIs are in terms of infrastructure planning development. There was a glitch with the production of this slide. What we'd be tracking is the percent of developments that can be completed because the infrastructure is there, and our forecast for this year is that will be 100%. We have laid out where we expect to be at the end of the year in terms of building permits. You can see we had yet another strong year in the building activity. Next page. Compliance is being tracked in terms of number of cases. Apologies that didn't come through, and we're projecting that there will be 300 cases dealt with by our bylaw officer. That's just to clarify, those are cases that are a file that she's handling. The number of inquiries and questions is significantly higher than that, but we thought we could track the cases, and that's we're looking at about 300 by the end of this year as our forecast. The asset planning and forecasting, these are placeholders. We're still working through the numbers on that, and those will be updated in a future publication of the business plan. And then for economic development, we'll be tracking, sorry, clerk, economic development will be tracking our lot sales, our off-season events, sort of track how we're doing in terms of making the town a four-season destination, and percent growth in overnight stays, which is gives us a robust view of how the accommodation part of the tourism sector is going. Next slide. So from an operating standpoint, the budget recommended is 2.07 million, subject to the revisions we were just talking about. And next slide. And the capital budget for 2024 would be 15.1 million. And the longer term average is 13.3. And that concludes the presentation part of our budget.
Okay, so we've heard engineering services and then the director's summaries. We'll take questions on that. I'm hoping to wrap this one up by 11 a.m. so that we can try to get through maybe the final two this morning. So we'll take questions. We'll start with the deputy mayor and then come to the vice deputy mayor and go around.
Thank you. It's slide 163, growth management. You've got some suggestions best on planning as to what the growth would be like, overall housing supply growth by the end of the year. Is there any way of knowing what the rental number is? Like, can we assume that, you know, half of these are rental properties? Because it's rental is really the category that is first and foremost in a lot of people's minds. So do we have any idea how many are rental units?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this information is pulled from our building permit tracking, which doesn't track the ownership status of the unit that's being built. But I think the team will put our heads together and see if we can't find some way of developing that. It's not something that's going to be easily generated from the system, but it's certainly worth a look.
Thank you, the vice deputy mayor, and then Councillor Grace.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last Wednesday, it was Councillor Grace, I think, Councillor Davinsky both commented, and I did comment too, I believe, but on the vehicles. And there was one comment about, you know, what the negative, you know, the negativity around the appearance of our vehicles if we keep them on the road a little bit longer. And I kind of share that sentiment. I'm not that concerned about the appearance. If we can add one or two more years to our vehicles, I think that, you know, our police chief mentioned 150,000 K to 175,000 K, and they're trading them after 3 years. I personally like to stretch it to, if it's 200,000, 225,000 and get another year out of those vehicles, I think that's a good thing. I think we need to be purchasing less vehicles over the next 8-10 years and expend the longevity. Yes, there's a risk involved with maintenance repairs. I get that, I understand that. But on slide 162, Mr. Mayor, and whether it's the right time to do this or not, or whether it's the end of the day, but replace fleet with $300,000 medium priority and $225,000 low priority. I understand that's, Jim, I'm still a little bit confused, but the 225 has already been removed for fleet. Just tell me again.
With the numbers I presented this morning, the 225 would not be included, but the 300 would.
Right. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if it's the right time to do this or not, but I just think we need to take a look at our fleet. I hear it repeatedly from members of the public, and I understand fleet. Worked in that field for a lot of years. I just think we need to extend the longevity a little bit and buy less vehicles. And I like to see that $300,000 medium priority removed from the chart.
Thank you. And you can see there on the clerk has helpfully put up that item from the addendum there that the administration's put forward, showing you the difference financially between that good, what they've called a good condition rate or a fair condition. So fair there is listed as base and high priorities funded, and those medium and low removed. So the situation we have before us is with low removed at $300,000 is still in there. But if you were to remove it, you would end up with a fair condition fleet as defined by the administration.
And I guess my comment on that fair, I'm fine with fair. I think that we've got a long ways to go here with this budget today, and it's just one item. There'll be others, i.e. consultant report dollars and others, but I like to see that removed as a medium priority.
Okay, that's well noted, and there'll likely be other comments about that possibly, but for now we'll go on to Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at slide 159. And I'm glad to hear that we are still continuing advocacy on the Highway 21 rail trail crossing, but I'm wondering, I understood from last year's almost a year ago, our meeting with the province at Roma, that the province had done some kind of a study in 2022. Do we have any information on that study or any more specifics about where we're going with this?
I will at this point declare pecuniary interest on this matter as I'm a owner in a corporation that owns property adjacent to the crossing. And because one can't chair the meeting without influencing the meeting, I'll let the deputy mayor chair a discussion on this item. But I'm going to stay here.
Sure. Councillor Grace, can we have a response?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Yes, they actually only did kind of counts, and they shared that with us this year. We have requested them multiple times to have a discussion on site. They scheduled and then they canceled. So we are still continuing to have like communication with them. But whatever the study they have done, just counting the numbers of pedestrian and cyclists, and that's it. And we received those information from them.
Well, thank you very much for continuing the discussion and persisting. I'm disappointed that it's not your fault, obviously, but I'm disappointed that that we haven't made more progress on this. But I think, is this on our list again to do more advocacy at Roma?
Maybe we'll ask the CAO to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've pulled it out specifically here because I think what we realized is that it was going to take an ongoing and concerted effort. It hasn't been added to the list for Roma for this year. I think in discussions with the manager of engineering, I was appreciating that there was a staff to staff conversation kind of happening. I sort of wanted to see where that goes and we could assess. And if we wanted to go back and talk to the minister at AMO, we could do so.
Thank you. I guess I'll return the chair to you. Oh, Councillor Dubinsky, is it about the same topic? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Highway 21 rail trail crossing advocacy, if it's not on the Roma agenda, can we go through our member of provincial parliament, Lisa Thompson, to see if we can't get some action on this? It's unfortunate she was here just last Friday and we might have been able to ask a question, but I think an official request from council from this town on this issue might help.
Thank you for the comment. Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder that the official position taken by council was not to recommend a speed reduction change in that section of Highway 21. It was removed. This was incorrectly advocated upon at AMO Roma last year. And so going back and asking for the same thing again without a direction change from council would be inappropriate. And my understanding is the way the MTO works is they work on statistics, and our former director reminded us that one accident is a incident, 2 is a coincidence, and 3 is a trend. Until they get to 3 incidents at that trail crossing, they're not going to do anything. They don't see a problem with that. And as far as I know, there's been no pedestrians or cyclists impacted at that rail trail crossing. There may be times when you have to wait a little longer to get across the road for traffic to clear, but there's been no incidents. So I think we don't need to include that advocacy at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stack.
Yeah, and I thank you. And I know we've had this discussion several times, but I just on the issue of, given we're expressing some opinions, I do think it's a serious concern, particularly given the age demographic of the people that use those trails. So I'm not sure that we want to wait until a child is struck or nearly struck or an adult, but I don't think the standard should be advocacy for increased safety on a dangerous crossing when we're also trying to encourage active transportation links across the area, to suggest that we should do so without addressing a very clear risk to safety of pedestrians and cyclists when we're encouraging more pedestrians and cyclists to use our trails and road systems. I think to suggest that we shouldn't do so is, it defies some logic and reason, particularly when we're talking about the safety of our residents. So regardless of what the MTO stand, their position on what defines an issue to be addressed, I think it's incumbent upon us, and certainly I would support advocating for increased safety, whether it's reduced speed or some other transportation traffic control means to ensure that our residents are safe when they're using our trails.
Thank you, Councillor Stack. The CAO would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I noted, staff have been working on a staff-to-staff conversation around this piece. We specifically haven't done any advocacy at the ministerial level since Roma last year. So what I would like to suggest, and mindful of the time and the venue that we're in the middle of the budget and wanting to get through those, is that through the manager of engineering, we could reach out to the staff that have undertaken the study at the ministry and perhaps ask them if they would be willing to present the results of that study to the town of Saugeen Shores officially.
Thank you for that. Is there any further comments? Well, I'll just add that I was at something that Lisa Thompson was at on Saturday, and she's planning to come to our special council meeting in January to celebrate the amalgamation. So we'll have a chance to see her again here. I'll turn the chair back over to you.
Okay, thank you. So are there further comments on other items around the engineering item? We'll go to the deputy mayor and then Stack.
One of the areas that I get a lot of resident questions about has to do with the condition of roads. And so again, I'm a little unclear of how things have been manipulated around in terms of medium, low, high, and you know, there's lists of how streets fit in there. I understand though that a road assessment list has been provided. So if I could request either that information be provided to council, or that at some point in the future we have an agenda item where it gets presented so that there's an understanding of the community of how roads are being assessed, what fits into the condition assessments and that sort of thing. Because sometimes the roads that are getting attention seem in some people's minds to not be the ones that need attention, but there's a whole process there that puts them on a list in a specific place. I also just want to 100% confirm, I believe the director in talking about the 3 projects that the word West Links is at the very beginning of them, and they total about $2 million. He did, I believe, say that those are cost sharing projects. So that's not 100% taxpayer funded when it is very specifically connected to a development project that's an ongoing project. So they are cost sharing. It's not that $2 million, is that our complete commitment, or is part of that coming from a different direction?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the funds we're showing in the budget are the town's part of that, and those funds were approved in the 2023 budget.
I've got Stack next, but I'm just going to make a comment on to follow up on the deputy mayor about those roads, the low, medium, high priority. In the breakdown we have in the addendum, it shows just roads, low service priority, and one big number, right? And I think I'm not sure we need this as part of the budget, because council in the 2025 budget can always adjust these, but it would be nice to get a sense through a future staff report possibly of what exactly has been classed in each of those, like the more detailed breakdown of what you've put in those, so that we understand kind of what we've put off or what we've kept in. So that's just a comment maybe for going forward. Would you like to speak to it, the director of corporate services?
The material that was provided in the original package, if you look at the attachments, you can see the project, what we call the children projects that make up the parent that is called the medium roads or the high roads or the low roads. So you can see which projects in particular in those classes, if that's what you're asking for.
Okay, that's good. You take the high road and I'll take the low road. All right, we'll take Councillor Stack.
Thank you. Just a question on the key performance indicators for economic development. And I know I stepped out for a bit, so if these issues were addressed while I was out, I apologize. I know when we met last week, we had talked about the 2023 KPIs being the baseline for subsequent performance indicators. So I'm struggling with, and perhaps the issue is answered around the number of lots sold, so it's 0. So presumably we're going to set some sort of expectation going forward for what those lot sales should be in the next 1, 3, 5 years. And I note that we have some funding towards marketing or finding opportunities for sales. So I'm just curious if there's been thought, and if I missed it, I do apologize, around what our targets are going to be for 24 to 26, so we can get some movement on those lots.
The director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what we'll be showing in 2024 will be an estimate based on further discussion with the economic development team on how those leads are shaping up for 2024. The objective is to have all those sold within the next 3 or 4 years, but we don't have that figure at this point. We'll be developing it. Yeah, Councillor Stack.
Thank you. Is it possible to get an update periodically on how those leads are going? Because I think this issue's come up a couple of times. I've expressed some interest in seeing how this is progressing going forward.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. Just thought of a better way of answering your first question. The target is 17. We want to sell all the lots. And if we sell 17 in 1 year, that's great. So we don't have specific targets for each year. We want to sell all the lots. And the purpose of this is to track how we're doing on an annual basis. And certainly on a quarterly basis, we'd be reporting on these in the regular reporting that we do to council. So at a minimum, you'll have the quarterly updates on how those lots are selling. I guess in terms of additional insights into the leads, I'm not quite sure what you'd be looking for there. Councillor Stack?
So I think just anything that indicates how much reach out you've done, how much interest has been expressed, who are you talking to, whether it's in a category, what regions you're soliciting feedback for, what industries. I mean, this is a significant funding, like this is a significant commitment of town money that we've put towards this. So I think it's entirely reasonable to say what industries you're soliciting, what are the means you're using. If you're looking to have funding to kick up more leads, I think that's great. But what are the results of those exercises so we can actually have a good insight into what we're projecting in terms of success.
Okay. All right. Okay. I have the Vice Deputy Mayor.
2 quick comments. I know you were trying to be done a few minutes ago. Just to you to Mark. Mark, I drive by the Innovation Park pretty regularly. Haven't seen a piece of machinery move for a couple of months now. I understand we've lost the contractor out there. When will the work restart at Innovation Park, or has it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start the question and Rahul will complete it. We didn't lose the contractor. The contractor got bought by another company. And the work, to my understanding, has resumed. It did create a delay, but I don't want anyone to think we lost a contractor. We had a contractor change ownership. And I think Rahul has the updates on the activities on the ground there.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we are in contact with the both company. Actually, Cedarwell, the current contractor, was taken over by Walker, another contractor. So we started communication with the Walker, and they actually committed to come back by December 1st week to site with their.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Side Road 16 bridge replacement it's in the budget, no doubt. But what year are we looking at for the replacement of the bridge on Side Road 16 and the cost? Is it around 1.5 million, I think, Rail? What's the year for that bridge replacement to take place there?
So which one? Sorry, Councillor.
Side Road 16, but the name of it, Councillor Mayor can help me out with this.
Is this more bridge or more?
I go by I go by Side Road 16, but
okay. So thank you again for your question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We have to complete a EA process before we make our decision for more bridge, and we planned for that. I think next year, in 2024, to complete a EA process for the
study.
For the study. Yes.
So potentially 2025, 2026 in the 10-year capital forecast.
Hopefully. Hopefully, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Any further comments, questions on this one? Councilor Davinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is slide 159. And it's the CCTV of sanitary sewers. I'm not against that. It says funded through wastewater reserve, which is what all of us have been putting money into for years. But it says budget ask $100,000. Is that really true? Because will that show up on our budget and then become part of the tax rate? It shouldn't.
No, it's rate funded by water and sewer user fees.
Correct. So why should it be as in our budgets as a budget ask? It isn't.
It's shown as funded by the wastewater reserve, which is funded by the rate payers of water and sewer. So it's listed as being from the wastewater reserve, as opposed to being from future capital or tax stabilization, which are the reserves that are funded by the tax levy.
Okay, I think it's a matter of definition. I'll just have to get my head around it, but I don't know why we would have a budget ask for something that's already in the reserve.
The director can maybe offer more clarity. The director.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, consistent with the reserve policy that council adopted previously and even in the old reserve policy, staff do not have the right to draw down on reserves without council's authorization. So that's why we budget for all items and get council's approval on them, whether they're coming out of the future capital reserve, which is tax funded, or if they're coming out of other reserves, which in this case would be a rate funded reserve, but we still need council's permission and authorization of that budget.
Okay. If there's nothing else on this, then that brings us to the end of development services. Thank you to the development services team for your time this morning. We're going to take a break, but a brief break. We'll break for 5 minutes, reconvene at 11:16 or thereabout. We're short two yet. Trying to pour himself coffee. The coffee is perking. I had to pull it off. Okay, then. So we're on now to corporate services, and we'll turn it over to the Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With other departments providing services to our town residents, corporate services is in the hub of the middle of it all, supporting the other departments with professional services. So I guess you can say we're the glue that keeps it all together. The divisions that make up corporate services are finance, clerks, and the IT's office. Next slide, please. Our three priority areas are operational effectiveness, service excellence, and financial sustainability. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there are three distinct divisions within our department. Information technology is managed by Darren Hill. The clerk's office is managed by Don Middleholtz, who has the pleasure of being front and center right next to the mayor. And finance is managed by Daniel Wechter, who sits here beside me. Our total staff headcount is 14. The department has 13 permanent full-time and 1 summer student. And there's a request for 1 new employee to support IT help desk. Next slide, please. This slide visually represents our 14 staff, and I'd like to take an opportunity to speak to our hiring request. In 2021, there were 200 end user devices supported by IT. That number will be increasing to approximately 270 devices next year, a 35% increase, so it's significant. Whenever staff need IT support, they create a help ticket that we're able to track. In 2021, there were 700 tickets requesting assistance, and that number is expected to grow based on the trends that we're seeing this year to almost 1,200 tickets next year. Again, a substantial increase. That is placing an incredible strain on our 2 IT staff and impacting response times and projects that they can take on. Our help desk has a ratio of frontline staff, the time that our 2 employees spend doing frontline duties, compared to the number of users that we have. That works out to a ratio of 1 to 150. The industry standard is somewhere between 1 to 70 to 1 to 100. So it's showing that we are understaffed, and is the result of the significant growth that we've seen. This issue will only amplify as the new Aquatic and Wellness Center comes online. I'd also like to note that almost half of the position that's being proposed is going to be self-funded in 2024. The budget before you is proposing to reduce contract service costs, and projects such as programming to reduce web form costs is also included. The new help desk analyst will also free up time for the IT manager to focus on working with other departments to roll out automation and efficiency improvements. So although the benefit of that is not included in here as a hard cost, there is a soft benefit that will hopefully deliver efficiencies throughout the organization. Darren will be presenting division highlights today that will be outlining some of the areas where he'll be involved in trying to roll out automation and efficiency improvements. Without the assistance of this new position, some of those actions will not be able to be included in the plan. So keep in mind that the division highlights involve incremental work that that is placing a burden on IT that will only be possible with this funding of a position. Next slide, please. Before you now are the major initiatives for our department. The first one is a financial ERP, which is effectively the accounting system. And our plan is to investigate a new system in 2024, go out for a request to proposal in 2025, and then roll out the new system in 2026. We're currently using a system called Keystone. It is, it was developed in the 1980s and 90s. And so it's that era of software, and it's near the end of its useful life. The town is at risk if something happens to the person at Keystone who supports the software. And I said the person, and that is literally what we're talking about. There is a person, thankfully here in Port Elgin, but it is a single person that supports the software, and anything happened to him, we would be in big trouble. There has been no modernization to the software in many years, and nor are they planning to do any. There are no direct costs for this initiative in 2024, but it will require significant staff resources, both from finance and from the IT division. It will require a $350,000 capital investment in a new system in 2026. The next item on the list is the council meeting structure review. This item was before council a few weeks ago on October 23rd for discussion, and it was then endorsed for further consideration in the 2024 business plan. This does not have a budget impact, but it is a significant undertaking for Dawn and her division, as it requires engagement and consultation with council and other departments throughout the corporation. It will involve major revisions to the procedural bylaws and education initiatives with council, the public, and staff to transition the committee of the whole to a council-only meeting structure. The last item on the list is the ward boundary review. Ward boundary and council composition review, I should say. We're proposing one in 2024 and one again in 8 years. The cost of a consultant to conduct the review and provide the recommendations is $60,000. Staff has placed this as a medium service priority, so the funding for this is included in the numbers that I presented earlier this morning. The project will require retaining of a consultant to conduct a current state review, engage with the public on potential options, consider growth projections, and prepare recommendations for consideration. A consultant is needed to do an arm's length review and navigate the strong community identity associated with historic ward boundaries. As noted in the staff report received by council earlier this year, all options for ward boundary configurations and council composition will be considered. The consultant will come forward with recommendations that then council can deliberate on in 2024 if we continue on with this initiative. Next slide, please. And I'll pass it over to Darren to take us through the IT division.
Maybe I'll just we'll work through these one at a time. So we have those first ones. I'll ask if there's any questions or comments from members on those major division highlights that the director just took us through. The deputy mayor.
Thank you. And through you, the council related item, the ward boundary review and council composition, is built into that a compensation review too, or would that have to be a distinct situation, or would this consulting fee include that?
Looks like the clerk wants to speak to that one.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau, a council compensation review is currently underway. Gallagher is actually in the process of that. We are expecting preliminary results shortly. Council will be asked to consider this, we believe, at the January 8th meeting.
Okay, further comments on this one, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, was this right time to ask this question about the new request, or is it under IT? I'm not sure, but the help desk analyst. Can I ask the question now in terms of, there's about 10 new positions in this budget this year, including the wellness center. Just curious, I think I understand the need, but can you just reiterate, just go over the purpose of that position again?
Maybe will we hear about that from IT?
Okay.
Or not, maybe not.
Darren will be taking us through some of the initiatives that he'll be working on that have an impact on that, but not specifically. I can speak to the items, sure. So the key point is that just as in any department, we saw it with the police department, growth impacts the departments in terms of being able to deliver the services that were expected. As it relates to IT, we're an internal service division. And we're, for the most part, we're providing service to the other departments so that they can do the excellent work that they're doing to support our residents. The need for IT hardware and software is not just the growth of the population that we're serving, but it's also the fact that throughout the world, the use of IT is going up exponentially because it allows all the service departments to do their jobs more effectively. So that plays into it as well. And so we see that in the fact that the number of devices that are being used is going up significantly. And when that happens, then also the number of requests that we get from staff to be able to support them is going up as well. So we're seeing in the last few years, it's a 35% increase, yet still the same staffing that we've had.
When this came to council 4 years ago, I was very supportive of the second IT position, and I just wanted to commend Darren and Oscar for tremendous amount of work they do with IT. It's expanding, technology's changing. Gosh, I know that. Having trouble keeping up some days. But just want to thank you, Darren and Oscar, for all the great work you do. And the other item I wanted to speak to is about the $60,000 for the boundary review. I'd like to see it struck from the budget. I don't know whether it's now or later on in the day. I think I really don't think personally the system's broke. I think we've done a commendable job this last 10, 15 years around the council table, this council and previous. You know, the roles of council as far as eliminating, for example, vice deputy mayor role, fair game. If that's part of the discussion that needs to happen, I think, you know, but I just don't think it's you know, with boundaries, you know, people want to vote at large versus you know, voting in the ward system. Probably has to be some thought around that. Maybe it's a simple mail out in a flyer brochure saying to our residents, you know, here's some benefits of voting at large versus voting in the ward system. You know, the boundaries, Saugeen Township, is it getting too big? Should part of that be Port Algon? So I just think 60K is rich, and I don't think we need to be doing it and spending that. If there's a small budget required of 5,000 or 10,000 for whatever those needs may be, I could maybe support something like that internally for a bit of help with a survey questionnaire, but not 60K. So I'll be recommending later that be removed from the budget, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, further comments from members? I think I would just say that perhaps we're looking to answer a question here that we haven't asked, right? I think the question is whether members of the public want there to be wards or not, right? Not whether we want to change the size of them. That's what you hear from the public is, do you eliminate the wards or do you keep them? And so I don't think we need to reviewing the boundaries. I don't think is, again, answering a question that council or the public is necessarily asking. What we want to do, if we want to do this, I don't support it. But if what we want to do is ask whether there should be wards or not, then I think we can just put that on we can make that a plebiscite in 2026. We can add, the striking committee could write you a question and it could be put on the ballot. So I don't think we need to do the review. And if you wanted to talk composition, we could also, the striking committee could give you a recommendation to go from 9 to 7. And you could put that on you could put that on the ballot too, if you wanted to. So I don't think we need that. I don't think we need a big review. We just need to decide whether if we want to ask these questions of the public, we'll ask them. If we don't, we won't. So I think it should be reclassed as a low priority. Further questions on this one? If not, then we will move on to information technology.
Right. And thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. So as Jim alluded to, the town of Saugeen Shores grows, so too does the need for appropriate levels of service behind the scenes to ensure success. As we're a key underlying resource and active participant in almost every project and service the town provides. As you can see from, if you go to the next slide, the overall slide, IT handles a very broad area of responsibility, both in day-to-day operations as well as project planning and execution, procurement, and ensuring compliance with various regulatory and government frameworks. To Jim's comment that we're over 200 devices, actually, if you include police, we're now over 300 devices we manage, approximately 200 users, including fire and police, and equipment at over 20 locations just in the town of Saugeen Shores. With the addition of the AWC and other proposed positions, these are only expected to grow further. And while the IT portion of the budget may not seem large. It's mostly due to design of the business plan format and allocations. So there are a significant number of capital projects and operational focuses that IT will be working on in 2024. Some of these have been mentioned previously, some not. So cognizant of time, obviously AWC, town IT has been involved in the early stages of this large project, including needs assessments, working with all the vendors and architects such as council redesign, audio visual, office layout, connectivity, security, key fobs, etc., conference rooms. And this project alone is going to require significant labor by IT to ensure the high standards the public expect will be met on opening day. Iris and Road Patrol. So it was presented as part of operations of Public Works. IT will be performing the work with the vendor to actually do the integration, which will generate the service requests and allow operators to receive that information with photos and location. Significantly reduces manual labor by eliminating the need for a second person in the vehicle, as well as all the manual input. Visitor center refresh into the business center, including rewiring that space, designing of conference and presentation equipment. And as Jill alluded to last week, the intranet replacement. And I remember Councillor Davinsky just looking for a little more information on that. The current Insight platform is end of sale. It's going to be end of support. And they've significantly raised their costs per year for that. So moving to a SharePoint-based site will allow seamless access to safety policies, standard operating procedures, shared calendars, and more. And it's actually going to eliminate that hosting cost. There's more we could list, including all the fire or the police services, but they've already been presented. Next slide, please. So the one key division highlight for 2024 is to add electronic signature platform, which will allow staff and council to easily sign documents such as bylaws and contracts. The current method revolves around using Adobe, which works but is very cumbersome and usually requires the other party to have it as well. So the new platform will support sending signature requests to users both internally and externally, such as public or vendors. So town staff will review recommended signing platforms, including municipal and provincial purchasing groups and vendors of record, and roll the service out in 2024. Next slide, please. Capital highlights are very similar to the police services needs, just on a larger scale. So the storage lifecycle covers backup of software and devices both at the Plex and our disaster recovery alternate location. So this platform provides resiliency against various potential risks, such as environmental damage, which we've seen next door to the Plex, ransomware, cyber attacks, and other or accidental deletion of data. So it is based on a 5-year life cycle for each device and spreading those purchases over the 10-year business plan to cover both locations. Server lifecycle likewise is very similar, covers replacement servers. So while many of the services are moving to the cloud, there's still a significant requirement for on-site compute power, such as mapping our road patrol locates and our existing financial platform and overall operation of town connectivity. Again, based on a 5-year life cycle, which is usually the maximum most vendors will provide for hardware warranty, and ensures regular updates to software to maintain security. Software modernization is something that it was in the previous budget. We've changed it to every other year. So this is for new features or modules that would be added on an ongoing basis, such as Cloud Permit, which is for building, ActiveNet, other than the known membership module for next year, Laserfiche for document retention. So this is used if a new feature is released by the vendor or is an additional incremental cost, but will greatly benefit either efficiency or staff workload, and allows us to do so on a carryover basis. And the last one being automation efficiency improvements. So zero cost, itself focuses around review, analyzing and proposing solutions for potential cost savings. Some examples we have done this year on a small scale would be automations and improvements coming to the new landfill in the next few weeks, including automated tap payment and similar, and the Iris Road Patrol that we were discussing for early 2024. Most of that is again related to the help desk analysts, which I think Jim and I have already done. The other increase obviously is that under the new memorandum of understanding that town IT are the predominant provider for IT for police services, which is one of the reasons we've seen significant tickets in labor. And I believe the question there under the vice deputy mayor was simply what kind of things would it be doing? And so it would be the help desk analyst would allow Oscar and myself to focus on the other core responsibilities on our existing job descriptions, and would provide a front line, first point of contact for day-to-day operations, supporting users both remote and in person, improve response and resolution of support requests, and as well as an accessible presence in the expanding office space in AWC. It also gives us that flexibility in staffing for after hours work, meetings, when we're up in the Rotary Hall and other things where it's prudent to have IT available. And it'll also free up more time to be spent at fire and emergency services and police services as their needs grow. And as mentioned, approximately half of the position is self-funded through cancellation or decreases of contract labor and overtime, making the best use of tax dollars. It'll also provide for a succession plan, which will be possible based on this being an entry-level position with ongoing development opportunities. I believe that's the end of our division.
That's it?
Yeah.
Any questions on the IT items? Just on the question of, because you mentioned it there, Darren, about the part of the increased workload that you're facing is an increased demand from police services under the MOU. Part of the MOU is a requirement for reporting on the cost of those of the use of internal municipal departments, right, including IT, finance, HR, et cetera, et cetera. Are we, and this isn't directed, this question I guess isn't directed at you, Darren, but perhaps the director or the CAO, are we close? Are we working with police to get to capture those costs, not just in IT, but across the organization, and report that to council in addition to the police budget?
Part of the budget materials that we issued in the original package, there is a schedule that's attached that's on allocations. So it's the fully allocated budget, and it then takes costs like for HR, for IT, for finance, for the CAO's office, and allocates them to the external service areas as well. In the case of IT, if there's software that's being purchased that's specific, the fingerprint scanning as an example, it's specific to the police, it's in the IT budget, but then we allocate it back through this process. So you can see that all summarized there. And if you like that, as we wrap up this afternoon, we can bring up that schedule and review it.
Yeah, it would be interested to see specifically the police allocation across departments, just to see what that number is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, further questions on this, or should we move on to clerks? Why don't we move on to clerks? The clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. The Clerks Division is a small but mighty team that supports the efforts of council and the administrative and operational arms of the corporation to help them achieve their objectives. But we also have our key program areas such as records management, licensing, vital statistics, the preparing and managing of governance documents, elections, and other statutory duties of the clerk. The clerk is named in over 70 pieces of provincial legislation from a historic perspective, and because every municipality has a clerk, so everyone knows where to send the right notice. But the majority of our work involves the Municipal Act, Municipal Elections Act, Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, Planning Act, and Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. In 2024, we have included several division highlights and a capital project, in addition to the two major initiatives noted earlier by the director. I would also like to make a note of the efforts of the deputy clerk and the licensing and records clerk, both being relatively new to their respective roles and have done an excellent job adapting to new responsibilities and implementing improvements in our support of council and the corporation objectives. Okay, so our division highlights. First of all, we have governance documents updates. So we are planning on 4 reviews being completed in 2024, including municipal encroachment policy. This includes those small incremental going out onto municipal land, as well as perhaps maybe a more significant construction. Lottery fees and policies. The lottery fees portion is part of a fee review that the finance division is heading up. Delegation policies and the policies related to the accessibility plan will be reviewed for updates. That will go to the accessibility advisory committee for review before they would come to council for consideration. That has a 0 budget ask. It is base, as it'll be done, those will all be done through staff work. Review clerk's division contracts. So we would be preparing a list of all clerk's division contracts and create a directory for review and renewal dates, schedule RFPs as necessary. Again, this is also being done just through staff work, so it's 0 budget ask. It is considered a base priority as well. Implementation of records management improvements. So as council is very aware, Laserfish has been an ongoing project in the clerk's division and throughout the corporation. So this is for the permanent paper records reviewed for destruction, development of templates for documents that have already been scanned into Laserfish, and develop 1 to 2 Laserfish workflows per quarter. This will be done again through staff efforts, so no budget ask, and it is a base priority. So looking at an outcome of 8 workflows being implemented in 2024. Having done one quite recently, that was a very simple workflow. It's a very slick system, easy to implement. So looking forward to getting into some perhaps more complicated ones that sort of stretch our imagination of what this system is going to be able to do. So as again, part of the records management, scanning records into Laserfish by ThinkDocs. So we are adjusting this to actually a low priority instead of medium. We had a further review with the service provider, and the budget ask actually would have been a bit higher than what we had originally anticipated. So we feel that the return on investment is not going to be realized. So we would rather do another review, take a look at the documents again, and come back with a strategic approach to how we're going to handle those remaining documents. So that is staff being recommended that that's changed to a low priority. Okay. So I actually have capital this year. I'm very excited. This does involve significant assistance from IT in this. So this, I'm assuming, is one of the ones Darren was referring to. So implementation of new agenda meeting management software. So we would investigate through an RFP to implement an improved system. The implementation includes installing the platform, updating procedures, training staff and council. There is a $15,000 ask. So I would just like to point out that that has 2, shall we say, options to it. So one being, if we have a new system, it is that 15,000 would be to look at any implementation costs, as well as if there's any, if the preferred system, the system that's going to work better for the municipality might have a different cost associated with it. So that's where that money might be used, option 1. Option 2, if we continue with the software we have now, that 15,000 would allow for perhaps some additional consultation with the existing provider to ensure that we're making the best use of the program that we have now, and just providing that little bit of room in case we require additional assistance than what is within the existing contract. And that is being shown as having a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the clerk? I don't see any, so we will move on then to finance and CFO.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Finance controls, manages, and administers the corporation's financial accounting systems. We manage services such as property tax administration, water billing and collection, accounts receivable, accounts payable, purchasing and procurement, business planning, investment and fund management, financial performance monitoring, statutory and contractual compliance reporting, and we also provide external customer support to all municipal customers. Next slide. Our work is regulated through public sector accounting standards and a wide variety of provincial legislation. We are also regulated through a number of internal bylaws and policies, many of which have recently been updated or are in the midst of being updated, such as the reserve policy that Council saw earlier this month. The division has a lot of initiatives underway and many more planned for 2024 and beyond that all come back to better meeting our regulatory requirements, better planning for the future, and better serving both our internal and external customers. First, planning and workload in 2024 for the 2025 business plan will be extensive as the organization looks to fully transition to a 10-year plan for the operating budget and personnel planning, and better fleshing out the 10-year reserve picture. The next item is that we intend to carry forward the project related to a potential MPAC reassessment cycle. Though no date is yet known, if the province does proceed with reassessment in 2024, it will create significant workload and communication efforts by finance staff next year. In the addendum, the cost of this has been reduced. We had a carry forward budget of $50,000 previously approved, but have lowered the expected spend to $20,000 based on a reassessment of the external costs that might actually be incurred as part of that process. The Westerio dividend is slated to be reduced in 2024 from $199,000 to $100,000. And this change is recorded in the corporate program area, which sits under the finance division. The town is currently working on an automated water reading platform. This project was approved in a prior year budget, and work moved forward in 2023 to begin installing physical infrastructure that will support real-time remote reading of all water meters in the town. The division has a goal of accelerating our current year-end financial processes so that year-end financial statements are brought to council earlier. Next slide. The next item relates to special levies. So council was given an information report on special levies earlier this year, and the addendum number 2 has additional comments on the special levies. The business plan item here is just in place to note that finance staff will be implementing council's direction on that topic in 2024. The town currently uses a program called Citywide to record its tangible capital assets from a financial perspective and to calculate amortization for purposes of the financial statements. It's intended to transition all capital asset recording activities over to CityWorks, which is the software used by our asset management team. There's no cost for this item, just internal resources for what will be a very complex project involving large data sets and the involvement of our audit firm. For the Aquatic Center, the finance team will be involved throughout 2024 and 2025 in supporting the project funding, all of the purchasing, the payments, and financial reporting for all aspects of that large expansion. The town also has a legislative requirement to update its energy conservation and demand management plan in 2024. This plan currently sits within the finance division, and the goal for the project is to meet the minimum requirements as set by the province, which may involve some support from a consultant. Next slide. This slide just presents additional information on special levy options that had been previously relayed to council. With the addendum showing the option of converting the existing waste management levy into part of the special infrastructure levy as a rate-based assessment levy that would form part of the total levy. I'm not going to expand too much on this, but I will say that the status quo option of applying any levy to all accessible properties would continue unless direction is received from council to do otherwise. Next slide. Continuing on with more division highlights, the next item is improvements to physical bill deliveries. This was a 2023 approved item that has ongoing implementation and ongoing funding in the 2024 business plan. Town are currently in discussions with 2 printing firms and will be selecting one of those firms by the end of the year, with the aim of having physical bill delivery done by one of those firms in early to mid 2024. Printing and mailing bills takes up enormous amounts of staff time, and the goal is to outsource that work to external firms who specialize in that service and have a large scale advantage in doing so. Next slide, please. Previous slide. The next 3 items deal with community donations and are again just recorded in our corporate division that is categorized under finance. The corporation has long held a $5,000 annual corporate donations budget, and the business plan includes an increase from $5,000 to $25,000 in recognition of what council might feel is required to appropriately support the new community donation policy that was approved earlier this year. The requests for the hospice and the seniors golf tournament at Saugeen Golf Club would be part of this annual $25,000 if approved. I think that's all for finance, and I'll hand it over to the Director of Corporate Services.
Thanks, Dan. I'll take you through the key performance indicators. We have a new item for 2024 that we're proposing, and that is to have the number of applications completed online tracked, and we're hoping to try and aim towards 70%. For the number of total cyber attacks, that'll continue on, as well as the percent of attacks blocked, the vulnerability risk index, it will also continue. We also have a continuation of the staff training, ensuring that that's always done, as well as completion of all the scheduled replacements. A new item for 2024, and this is related to our transition with Laserfish and taking our Tom Rims documents into Laserfish. We're going to make sure that we have all of the Tom Rims folders have retention schedules attached with them. Next slide, please. Then on this slide, we have 2 KPIs that are related to incoming calls. The first one is a new KPI, and this would be the percent of inquiries that are answered by tier 1. So these are our customer service coordinators that are picking up the phone that do not need to be taken to a tier 2 support. So somebody within any of the departments to answer a more specific question. We're trying to get more answered immediately by the customer service coordinators. And then the second one is the number of total zero queue calls answered. So this is addressing the need to have more of those phones answered before going to voicemail. We're forecasting to be at around 60% in 2023, and that's an area that we obviously want to improve upon. Next slide, please. Here are our KPIs related to financial sustainability, and our focus here is trying to improve efficiencies in a number of ways. So I'm taking this backwards. My apologies. I'll start with the 4 items at the bottom: e-billing, pre-authorized payment, number of vendors that are using electronic payment, and errors on water meetings are all new initiatives that we're looking that will make our operation and also for our customers more efficient and effective when they can do things online. As it relates to budgeting, we're looking at improving our budget variance to reduce the amount of surplus that we see coming forward in our budgets. And then as it relates to providing monthly reports to our departments so they can track their performance, and then quarterly reports to council. We're looking at improving our time to get those completed by finance so that we can get them to managers and to council more quickly and timely. And on to the next slide then. So this shows the operating budget, and for IT, this budget includes the help desk analyst, which, as we have said, is funded by reductions in other line items in the budget, and is a net ask of 53,000. There are various software initiatives that were discussed in other department presentations that serve those departments but are maintained within the IT budget that adds $62,000 of cost, as well as we have some reallocations from other departments adding 58,000. On the clerk's line item, there will be 35,000 that is shown here that will be removed. That's related to the scanning. And then on the elections, from what we're hearing so far today, that would come down based on the ward boundary review project being moved to low. Next slide. For the corporate line, that change is related to Westeria. Finance, the change, we had 50,000 that was shown in the numbers here. That's related to the MPAC reassessment, and that'll be improving by 30,000 as Dan has discussed. And with that, I'm sorry, I still have capital to go, so we'll move on to the capital slide. On this slide, there will be an adjustment that was issued in Addendum 2. That was for the Lamont Sports Park Wi-Fi that we moved to 100,000. We moved 100,000, that $100,000 project that was funded out of Legacy. We've moved that down to low, and that would be included in the December 11th business plan. Then other things worth noting, we had the modernization for 45,000 that Darren discussed in his presentation. And then with the police presentation, there was 45,000 for fingerprint scanning that was discussed earlier this morning. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the item from the clerks, the 35,000, that was moved to low. So you've already removed that that's already been removed from the budget that you presented this morning?
No, that is, we would be removing it based on the direction from this morning.
Okay, so that's in addition to what you already presented today.
Yeah, so change was not included in the addendum that went out yesterday, but we would pick it up this afternoon if that's the direction that's provided.
Understood, clear enough. So we'll take questions on the finance division and on the director's summation. Any questions, Councillor Mayette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jim, when you remove the Wi-Fi line from Lamont Sports Park, does that affect us having CCTV security down there?
That's correct.
So there would be no CCTV security?
Correct.
Okay, understood.
Further questions on finance or the summation? Vice Deputy Mayor.
I know we have to find reductions here today and moving things from base to medium to low. And Wi-Fi, Lamont Sports Park, 75,000 people through there last year, probably hit 100,000 next year. That's disappointing, but I get it. You know, you can't do it all, can't do everything. So it's disappointing to see it move to low priority. I know Bruce Telecom did donate $50,000 to Lamont Sports Park, and part of it was for Wi-Fi and security. Jim, when moving to low priorities, help me understand then, when into IT, I guess, when with low priority, when might we see Wi-Fi and security at Lamont Sports Park?
Can I take that one on there?
Okay, I just have something, I'll just elaborate briefly and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the $100,000 was for Wi-Fi security cameras, but the largest part of the cost is actually that there's no poles to put any of that stuff on there. So as part of the build and to keep the cost down for phase 2, the conduit and that kind of stuff is there, but there's no tall poles to put Wi-Fi or cameras on. So it could be done at a lower cost, but you'd have to just have a very more focused, smaller area of where you're going to actually put the Wi-Fi access. But you'd still need some dollars through, so Steve Hardy through Community Services might have to come back with a different dollar value, because you still need certain infrastructure to get put in before the technology can go on top of that.
So where is it showing up for Wi-Fi? What year?
The director.
So now with it being moved to low, which is where it's sitting at the moment based on from the move we made since the last meeting. With this or with any of the priorities that are moved to low, what that means is that because as it relates to capital, the capital plan runs from 24 to 32, and if we're moving something to low, that's pushing it outside of that window.
So past 2030, so Wi-Fi in 10 years from now.
Yeah, and now if council were to approve, as Darren suggested, a lesser amount, then we would not move the entire, we'd move a portion of the 100,000 to low and then leave a small amount that we could do for a spot area of Wi-Fi.
Okay, further questions on this one? Councillor Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, could there be a less high-tech option, like a passive security system down there that doesn't need to be connected to the internet that you could, or as 5K gets expanded and new cell services over the next 10 years, we're bound to see improvements. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do have 2 security cameras now. They're cellular with solar built in. And so the 3 vandalism cases we had, they were instrumental in finding those and at least getting some money back for the clean of the vandalism. So there is that option. So the main thing was the poles to try and, we had several security cameras stolen just because they weren't high enough. So now there are quite high. So yes, there is an option for security without Wi-Fi. It just means there'll be individual cellular connected ones with a recurring cost, and we could go back and look at that.
Okay. If there's nothing further, that takes us to the end of corporate services. So thank you very much to the whole corporate services team. We appreciate your time this morning. So we will, the last one we have here is a relatively short one. So we're going to drive right through and finish it because we appreciate the fact the chief and the deputy chief are here. So we'll turn it over to fire services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And since I'm over time, I do have notes, but I will glaze over them. And I have had the opportunity in 2023, certainly, to speak to council on many initiatives where we're going. So it isn't, they're not totally unaware of what we've been doing in the past and where we're going in the future. So if I am too brief, I'm certainly open to any questions at the end to help get clarification on what we're doing. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Fire Services 2024 business plan. I'm here with Deputy Fire Chief Rob Atkinson. Rob will supply me with clarification support if required. Rob and I share everything, including how we feel right now. So all right. So you can go to the next slide. These are our priority areas and objectives: service excellence, operation effectiveness, and communication and engagement. And I'll speak to them in the KPI slides. So we can go next slide. This is the department overview. The numbers are a little weirdish, but the long and the short of it is that we do have 4 full-time positions, and we have 50 volunteer firefighters, which you'll see in the next slide. And we now have a public education division, and there is a new request for a training officer in this budget, and I'll speak to that in the next slide. First of all, I'd like to say that in 2023, we did a lot of heavy lifting when it came to the department and how it was structured. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the public education division and what we've done there. They're doing a remarkable job speaking about fire safety and emergency planning throughout our community in a short period of time. When we did our data, it shows that we were over 60 events that the public education group has done already, and will really help us when it comes to fire prevention and emergency management messaging in the future. So I think that I thank council for their support on that and where we went with that. Now, the training officer is we're really struggling with the ability for our volunteers to put together a robust training program that's going to meet the requirements of the province in mandatory certification. And I could go through, and I'm certainly able to speak to all of you at any time, but there is a very fine line between the Ontario Health and Safety Act and how we train and certification. And it requires an extreme focus. And our volunteers have been doing a remarkable job on helping us through. We've been forming committees, et cetera, but it is a burden on them. And we do find that a focus to get our certification program, our operational guideline program up and moving in an expedient fashion requires the need for a training officer, so it's there. One thing that I would like to say, though, is I am cognizant of the fact that we are asking, the big we, in that there's a lot of personnel being asked for this year. And so what we've suggested is that this position is a contract position, and we will take care of it out of reserves and then assess that going forward. And in the 2025 business plan or 2026 business plan, we may ask council for a full-time position, but at this time, there will be no impact to the taxation, to the general levy. Next slide, please. These are our major initiatives. Public education and fire prevention bylaw. Right now, we are a reactive when it comes to fire prevention. We go to inspections based on complaints and when they ask us for a request. Couldn't get the Q out of my mouth. This public education and fire prevention bylaw will help us proactively move forward on how often we inspect occupancies, et cetera. Our nuclear response plan needs to be, there's zero. We will be doing the bylaw in-house base. Our nuclear response plan requires a serious update. It's a little old, and we will be working towards that, and we will do it in-house. Introduced the RAVE mass notification platform. We're in its infancy on where we are with that. We again will do that in-house, but it gives us the opportunity. Our neighbors to the south can card and use the RAVE platform for emergency notification for our residents. So we would like to push that out once we learn all of its nuances and we can get it working internally for everyone. So again, that's already something that we can handle, so that would be internal. Now that the strategic plan is done for the town, we can use that strategic plan as part of our fire service master plan. Again, the heavy lifting we've done and with council's help on all our foundational documents, the regulatory bylaw, the community risk assessment, et cetera, will help us now with our fire service master plan. So we're going to do it internally. We will reach out to our external and internal stakeholders, come up with the plan, and then I'm thinking Q4, we will be presenting that to council. That should give us a wholesome look at what the next 10 years for planning looks like for the department. In the public education and fire prevention bylaw, we have, there will be a provision for fire inspection cost recovery. We do have some individuals that we go and do an inspection, and we're continuously going back after those inspections to make sure that they're doing what is correct. I would like to put into the bylaw the suggestion that we are able to recover the cost. The first one's free, but everyone after that we come back and make sure you're doing what you're supposed to do, that there's some sort of cost implication of them so we can recover the cost. So that's what that project is. And we would be doing it internally, but it would be base. We would recover those costs. Okay, next slide. And then council, this has been on council's radar. Last year, they approved $50,000 in our capital budget for engineering and design of a burn building, a training center. We were able to return that $50,000 back to reserves. We were able to get that design and engineering done for free. I'll show you a picture in the next slide of how that works. But we certainly have identified that one of our areas of need is to gain competency in one of our core areas, which is firefighting. We need more repetition than we are presently getting. And when we look at the whole picture about Bruce Power and how they've offered us their training center, it becomes prohibitive for us to take our entire department south. And rightly so, there's no negativity here. The restrictions that are placed on how often we can go and the rules that we have to follow to get in the gates, it's much better that we are able to do this here. So if you go to the next slide, this is to give you an idea of what it would look like. This is a rendition. I certainly have many more pictures of it. It's engineered, modularized. It'll give us the ability to burn inside with a Class A, which means straw and skids. That's what Class A means. We're thinking the old skate park is where the location now is of the trailer, so everybody understands where that is. It will certainly help us with competency. We'll be able to duplicate two-story. We'll be able to create basement fires. There's a lot of different skill sets we will be able to knock off here in this type of facility. So this is the ask for that. Next. So we have two divisions within our small but unbelievable group. We have fire rescue and emergency management. We certainly are heavily legislated, as you can imagine. So we'll go to the next slide. Some of our division highlights, and some of them we've already pressed through on some of them. The budget planning process seems like it's been going on for 2 years. So what I thought we would do, we've already have with council's approval, you passed the fireworks bylaw last night. So good job, and we'll just check that one off and we'll move on. We will be bringing an open burn bylaw to council to modernize that bylaw and look at things like global warming realities, et cetera. Again, base no cost, but that will be coming in February. One of the interesting things that when fire services and others presently, we don't have a lot of mechanism to charge or ticket, it's a better word, ticket people for things that done. We can only use the Ontario methodology. That comes with a whole bunch of costs that in the end, when it all washes out, although we want to have a stick to make sure people do what needs to be done in the end, most of the money that would come out of that goes to other places, and quite honestly does not return to the municipality. So AMPS, the Administrative Monetary Penalty System, there's been a lot of lobbying by the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs with the Ontario government to allow all of the fire service charges to be, or most of them, to now be under the AMP system, municipally run, and the ability to ticket for those, and we would receive that money straight up. It doesn't come out without, there has to be transparency and the ability to appeal, et cetera, but we control that ourselves. So it is something that we're going to look at, and we're going to work on it with development services because it may be something that we could expand further. So that's a project that we'll be able to do internally at base. A health and safety initiative mostly is the fire department uniforms. I have asked for $20,000 for this. The uniform process used to be, if we had money left in our budget, we purchased it. And it's a negative way to treat our people when it comes to making sure that they're all outfitted correctly, that they have uniforms that they can change into at the hall and not take the contaminants home, et cetera. So through a uniform policy, we will standardize how uniforms are given out, when they wear them, what we supply, but this will pick up on all of those things. Next slide, please. Council approved the direction we were going to go with how we were going to do medicals, and this picks up on that. We've already started the training with London Medical Sciences. That training was last week for our train the trainers. It's for both police and fire. And out of that, starting in January, all of our firefighters will be trained, and we will have we will be under the umbrella of the delegated authority of London Medical Sciences, and that cost to us is $5,000. But it mitigates the risk where our firefighters and the fire department in the town are delivering delegated stuff that should have been a delegated authority. We were doing that without the oversight of a doctor, and that can't be. So that fixes that issue. The last is, and the reason this is here, council already approved the South Bruce Peninsula Fire Service Agreement for the half-mile strip. This just states that last year we received $9,000, and this year we're going to receive the full amount of $18,000 for that. It's already been approved.
So why don't we'll just break up a bit so it's a little easier. That's the end of the division highlights. I think
That's
you're going
correct.
on to capital. So before we go on to the capital, any questions on any of the division highlights that the chief has taken us through? I just had one, and it's a bit tangential, but related. We have that. I just scrolled away from it, so now I can't find it. We have that agreement that with South Bruce Peninsula, the half-mile strip. There is another agreement that we need to work on with South Bruce Peninsula, which is and the First Nation, I guess, which is with regard to marine rescue services. What's the status of our discussions on that? Because I think there should be an offsetting revenue coming out of an agreement like that.
You're correct. Most of our the work on it is done. We needed to try to identify a true cost of what is going to be to do that. And there's been some reports ahead of this that has helped us identify what those true costs are. I needed council to approve our marine response process first, so that that process could be defined, and then a portion of training, response type, et cetera, we could define that in the new agreement with South Bruce Peninsula. We have met with the CAO and the fire chief of South Bruce, and we have discussed at a basal level with the deputy chief of Saugeen First Nation. Both are absolutely open to what we're doing and understand that it is going to cost them. The long and the short, to me, answer your question, sir. I think that by February, you will have an agreement before council to at least understand what's going on.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear you're making positive progress. My view is that certainly if we reach the end of 2024 without a deal, then that service should cease. So in my view, we have 2024 to cut a deal. And if we don't have a deal, it's over. So hopefully we get it done. Any further comments on any of these, Vice Deputy Mayor?
I just want to make just a general comment, Chief, that I say this every year and I'll say it again and say it to police, but our volunteer firefighters just do an amazing job, and please pass on my thanks. I'm sure all of council, and Rob, I know your dad, Mike, would be very proud of you today as our deputy chief, looking down on you, my good friend of a lot of us. And so thank you for all the great work you do too. He'd be very proud of you, I know. Chief, I support everything that's in this budget. And, we look at a $1.5 million budget, and I say this each year, you look at a $4 million budget in Owen Sound, just east of us, where it's pretty darn good value for what we're receiving for fire services, fire protection. So just wanted to commend you, and it's great having you here in town. It was real fine for us. And with the recruitment of volunteer firefighters, there's about 55 total, roughly, I think, or 55 to 60. And you recruited recently, what, 5 or 6 or 7 or 8? How many applications did you receive for those volunteer positions?
Rob can correct me, but I believe that we hired 12 and 61 applied in a 3.5 week period. We've had a not only have we had a good request or a good response to that, but since that recruitment drive, I get, I won't say weekly because I would be over exaggerating, but every couple of weeks I get emails or phone calls or people visiting asking when the next recruitment class is.
Yeah.
So, and you know, I know we're cognizant of time, but I'm very excited because a majority of them have been women. And so I'm very excited about what the department holds, and I'm not worried about what the future looks like as far as us being a volunteer fire department for a period of time.
Yeah. I think it's just a real testament, you know, to volunteers in our community wanting to be volunteer firefighters in Saugeen Shores. It's a real testament to your leadership, Chief, and to Rob. And again, thank you for all you do. This last question I have is per capita cost per household. Does anyone at the table know, or can we get that number? What does it actually cost? I know it's a $1.5 million budget per capita cost per household for firefighting in this community.
I would defer. I'd have to get you that.
I'll just get it
We'll
to me.
get back to you
I'm
with
just
that
curious. But get it to me sometime. Just curious.
Okay, so we still have capital to go through, but we'll, Councillor Stack, go ahead.
Just a question on your fire training center. Should it be approved, have you considered whether renting it out to other fire services would be an option?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you so much for the question. And yes, it is a consideration. I want to make sure I say this the correct way. Saugeen Shores is able to realize a lot of privilege when it comes to Bruce County, and anything we can do to help our neighboring fire departments that don't have the same resources as us, I would like to do that. Yes, there should be recovery or remuneration, but we would also like to offer it to others to help them move forward also. So.
Okay, thanks for that. So why don't you take us through your capital?
Okay. In the capital highlights for 2024, I'm speaking to it, but it's certainly in the fleet. What we're looking at doing is rearranging the methodology in which we respond. So we now respond to fire stations to a structure fire. And the plan is that we would have 2 pumps, 2 rescues, and an aerial respond to every structure fire. I would like to eliminate 2 of the trucks that are in the fleet, 6.2 and 6.4, and replace that with a new pump. That new pump would go to station 50. The aerial would move to station 60. So the new pump would go to Southampton, and the aerial would move from Southampton to Port Elgin. What that does for us is, because right now the aerial is a primary response truck for Southampton. We need to stretch the amount of time. That's not a 20-year truck. We're going to push that to a 25-year truck because the replacement value on an aerial presently is at $2 million. So I would like to extend the life of that truck by it not rolling all the time, moving it to a place like into Port Elgin, where quite honestly, the need is greater for that type of truck, and give both Southampton and Port Elgin the ability to respond 2 pumps and 2 rescues to a structure fire. So it's some give and take here, some fiscal responsibility on eliminating a truck with the realization that we're asking for a truck. But that's the need that we've identified. The next one is hose replacement. We hadn't done hose replacement here in quite a while. When we did, there's a requirement to check our hose on an annual basis through pressure testing. A large majority of our hose failed. Not only that, but the hose that we have is a sort of a mix and matched collection. And when it comes to technical data like flow rates and kinking and a bunch of other things, we need to do a comprehensive hose study and replace our hose before it all fails. So this picks up replacing all of our hose, the 45 millimeter attack line and the 100 millimeter supply line. That's the stuff that comes from the hydrant to the truck. In future budgets, you will see our larger diameter hose, the 75 millimeter line, but not this year. We're okay for the 65 millimeter for a while. The next one is the Peerless 2 upgrades. I had talked to council about that, and this $50,000 speaks to, we're going to use the Peerless 2 for very specific emergencies between 1 and 3 kilometers out within our borders, not sharing that boat. But before it could be used, I wanted redundancy for safety for our firefighters. So it's going to a 2 motor model. And this will assist with that. And I know that the Marine Heritage Society has approved, and they're putting money into the boat also. Their group has approved. We've met with them several times, and now the 2 groups have developed an operational guideline on the response and how we do that, including we've installed a radio, fire radio mobile on their hardwired on their vessel, so we have better communication system. So that's this has been in council's radar before. This just speaks to how that's going to happen. Next slide. This speaks to 2023 budget item where we talked about getting 2 sets of gear for our firefighters as part of a decontamination and response ready initiative. So this again is 10 sets a year, every year, making sure that we have 2 sets. That way, if we train live fire or we go to a fire, we don't have to send our gear away. Or when we do wash it internally now, we have another set to respond in versus losing firefighters that we can't. So, and then the recruit program is in there. It's in every other, and we did recruit the entire recruit class this time out of the operational budget, and it is a severe tax on our operational budget. So this speaks to moving it to our capital budget, understanding that it's a big chunk of items that we have to buy, and it helps our operational budget moving forward and giving council visibility to the fact that we're probably going to run a recruit class every other year. So that's what that is. Next. These are 2025 to 2032 to give you some visibility of what things look like. The inflatable Zodiac is going to, one of these days is going to have to be replaced. So we have a budget ask in 2025. SCBA, next year we will have to, in 2025, we'll have to order it. We're looking at about $500,000 for SCBA. Our present SCBA is 15 years old. We are 3 NFPA changes or revisions now away, and our gear, although functional, is starting to run out of gas. So we will replace that. The fire station design and build on your record or on your visibility. We would be looking at starting to design and build it and et cetera design and engineer it in 2025. And then with council's approval moving forward, we would be looking at building it in 2028. Again, the hose replacement that I talked to you about, and then we will have to replace our auto extrication tools. They're running out of steam. Next. Is there anything else on here that I really need you to see? I'm just trying to, these are just highlights of stuff that's coming down.
I'm sure if members have questions on these items,
Yes.
they'll raise them.
Yeah.
You could take us through to your
Next slide.
your pieces.
This is the pump. I already talked to you about that and the reason why we're doing that and how we're moving it and et cetera. So we can go to the next slide. This is emergency preparedness. It's the other portion of what we do as CMC and deputy CMC. We have a responsibility to deliver emergency planning and training to the municipality. Next. These are our KPIs. I've extrapolated the numbers to give you what they potentially will be by the end of 2024. It speaks to like the ones on the top is my responsibility. I'm not sure that maybe in the future they are KPIs. It's something I should do as part of my job. But as far as operational effectiveness, it's trying to give visibility to the number of operational guidelines and policies that we're putting in place. We're trying to get a handle on how many repairs have we done to our apparatus and how many hours has it been out of service. So that gives you an idea of what's going on there. Next slide. And then visibility to the number of emergency calls we had. You can see there, we're extrapolating 70 public education events by the end of the year. That we haven't had up until last week, we had no mutual aid requests. Most of that is because we have not been supplying water mutual aid to anyone or marine rescue. We did have a mutual aid request last week with Kincardine and their fatality, the fire they had there. We did not end up doing anything. We got turned around as we got there, but it was a mutual aid request. Next slide. This is our operating budget. Our asks are modest when it comes to it. We do have inputs that have helped reduce that somewhat. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much, Chief. Are there questions or comments for the chief and the deputy chief about fire services? We'll start with the deputy mayor and then come to Councilor Davinsky.
It's just a question for confirmation through you. Slide 136 and 137, auto extraction tools are mentioned on both of them. Is it two sets of equipment, 2 different years?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Davinsky.
Yes, that was one of my questions. Thank you for answering that. The other, hold on, I'm just looking for the page. No, I'm not. I wanted to make a comment. What I said about police earlier this morning, I'm saying for fire service now. This is safety related, 24/7. I will support the fire service budget, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? I think, as I said about policing, we have an excellent and effective police service, and the money we spend there is money well spent. The money we spend here is extremely well spent because I think the vice deputy mayor alluded to it as well. This is a very cost-effective fire service we have that performs at a very high level. So investments we make here are, any of the investments we need to make are whatever we can do to improve firefighter safety and make sure they have the very best equipment and the very best ability to do this job as volunteer firefighters. And I think just the chief and deputy chief have put together a good capital program here to ensure that we are doing that. I appreciate that very much. I will say that on the question of the Peerless 2 and the extra motor for that boat, I think it's a good investment to make. It helps us support marine heritage. And certainly that reliability is a positive thing for them. But I do think that costs, like, the first line in that, to support offshore Coast Guard assistance. So we are providing a service in lieu of the Coast Guard patrolling their own territory. As I've said before, I think that that's problematic. And I think these, if nothing else, if the Coast Guard won't come here and have a station in Port Elgin or Southampton or somewhere close by that they could service appropriately, then at minimum they could pay for things like this. Right. And so I think that we should explore avenues where we can get offsetting grant money from the federal government to ensure that this equipment that our volunteer firefighters are using to offset Coast Guard responsibilities, at least we can have the appropriate equipment and they pay for it. So I would say, I don't know what avenues are available. I hope you guys will explore them and see if we can find ways to fund things like this that way. But otherwise, well, even that is, I'm not gonna argue with the expenditure today. I think we'll, as far as I'm concerned, it should stay in, but anyway, it's a good budget as far as I'm concerned. The deputy mayor and then the vice deputy mayor.
Just as a follow-up to the support and recognition of the great work of the chief and the deputy chief, please convey on behalf of all of us via whatever channel you have, just how much the appreciation goes to each and every volunteer firefighter. It was really obvious at the Santa Claus parade last Saturday night that entire families were there. Their kids were involved, their spouses were involved, partners were involved, and it is a team effort. And you know, that goes a long way to ensuring the health and wellness of every one of those volunteers who jumps up when a pager goes off and out the door they go to who knows what. So that pride in the service is not just at the admin level. It goes right down to a little kid whose mom or dad has that pager in their pocket, and when it goes off, it means something to that entire family. That support is invaluable, and it was really obvious at the Santa Claus parade last Saturday night. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, this isn't really fire related. I'm going back and just, I know we're going for lunch, but there was a department we skipped over fairly quickly this morning. I wanted to tip my hat to, and that's the Building Services Department. I ran Josh Plants here today, and it was a pretty quick presentation, but just kudos to our building department staff. I saw on the board the other day, I think it was 400. I think I got this right. $400 million in construction value, I think, John.
300 of them.
300, sorry, I'm elevating this, but still pretty good. I remember the day, we were $100 million, we hit $100 million plateau. We thought, wow, that's really big. And I know the wellness center's in there and probably the retirement center, but I don't know how many permits you did, 200 or 300 permits this year, maybe. Am I accurate? But I just wanted to congratulate and thank the building department. So yeah, for all the great work you do, Josh, and pass it on to your staff, because I know you're very busy. All departments are busy. So
yeah, certainly agreed. Actually, and there was another comment I wanted to make about fire. The one thing I'm a little concerned about, Chief, is the training officer and moving it to reserve, to funding it from reserve. And I don't see in here anything in your plan that gives us the dollar value of that, or what you're planning to draw from reserve. I didn't see it in the major initiatives, and maybe it's in the I'd have to do a deeper dive in the document to find it. I don't know. How much are you in 2024? Are you planning to draw from reserve to fund the training officer?
The position is typically all costs in would be somewhere around $100,000.
Okay, and so I just wonder, and try this on for size. You want to build this, so you're talking about drawing that from the emergency operation reserve. You're also building a training center. What about flipping that? What if you funded part of your training center from the emergency operations reserve and put the training officer into the levy so that it's funded? You've got the best way to, you don't want to fund an ongoing operating expense from the reserve if you can avoid it. The training center is a one-time expense, properly, I think, funded from reserve. And that way we don't end up with a person you've hired who you like, who we have to try to annualize next year in the tax levy. What you can do is hire the person, get them working, and have it funded permanently, built into the levy, and we'll fund your training center from reserve. I don't know. I put that to you and to the Director of Corporate Services. I just think that's a better way to budget, in my view. My thoughts. Okay. So that's the end. Thank you all very much. I want to say before we go, I really appreciate all of you, not only bringing in the directors and all of your managers, and having all of your managers give these presentations really exposes council to the breadth of expertise we have at the management level here. And so I think that's the first time I've ever seen that done, where all of the managers presented for each of their divisions. And so that was really good. And thank you for that. It was great stuff. So that brings us to the end of all the departments. So we're going to come back after lunch and talk about how we, resolve this thing. So we'll take lunch and we will reconvene at How long do you need to, how long does the administration need to come back? I assume you're going to do something between now and coming back with what we've done, or do you need anything? Yeah, well, that's why I say in addition to, or are you ready? Would you be ready to?
We
come
are
back
good
into-
to go.
Okay. All right. So then we'll reconvene at 1:30. now. So we will, assuming we're good to go, we will reconvene here, and we'll start by turning it over to the Director of Corporate Services for a recap.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Don, if you can pull up the capital slide and we'll start there. So this morning, as I gave it the overview, we talked about the if we're funding base, high and medium as it was presented in the addendum we sent out yesterday, it would be a $53 impact on an average home in 2024. And because we are doing these gradual measured increases over a number of years, that would raise to $481 by the time we get to 2032. Based on the conversations that have transpired over the course of the morning and a couple of changes that have been mentioned but haven't been approved yet by council. One of those was moving the fleet medium priority from down to low. That would then save about $3.40 then on the levy. And that would then bring it down to just under $50. We also had a discussion around the fire training center and pulling that out. That has a relatively minimal impact in that we're only pulling out the portion related to the reserve, and there's only $130,000 available in the reserve. So it's not a huge impact. It's about 17 cents of impact. So the net result of where we're sitting at, if those were accepted by council, would be about $50 on the levy. Moving on to the next slide. On this morning, we discussed a 5.3% impact on the levy if we're doing base, medium, and high. I may have misspoken earlier in the meeting. The document scanning that Don discussed, that is already out of the 5.3%. What I was meaning to refer to was the ward boundary review. That was suggested as something that we should not fund for this business plan. And so if that were to come out, and if we were to add a fire officer that's paid for out of the tax levy, the impact would be then for the ward boundary review, that would be an improvement of just under 0.1%. But if we added a training officer at 100,000, that would add 0.47% or almost 0.5%. To the levy. So it's a 0.4% increase over what I had discussed this morning. So the 5.3 that you see on that screen, if we were to accept those two changes, would move up to a 5.7% levy. We did have a question from the mayor as to how this would look if we were to incorporate or when it's blended with the county rate. And with that, I'll pass it on to Dan, who can take us through that.
So with the 5.7% operating impact, just the operating impact of that 5.7 in terms of a blended rate with an assumption that the education rate would not be changing. We have not received official guidance from the province on what the education rate will be for 2024, but it has not changed in a number of years. And then assumptions around the county has passed their budget and their levy. They have not passed their final tax rate, but based on estimates around their levy increase, their projected tax rate is expected to increase 6.16%. So all of that information together would lead to a blended rate of 5.2%. Again, just considering the operating impact of the town budget.
So then at this stage, we could then take any questions or any items that individual councillors would like to bring up, whether they want to change a priority from a low to a high, or from a high or a medium down to a low. We could then bring up any schedules that you wish to look at, and then council can then give us direction as to whether to move forward on these proposed changes.
Yeah, so just to clarify the process at this point then, so as of now, you have a special levy proposed at $50 per property and taxation of 5.7% for operating. We're going to now open the floor to discussion. So a lot of the pretty well all of the changes that have been suggested at this point have been incorporated already. So if there are additional things that individual members would like to suggest, either things that you would like to see funded or things that you would like to see removed, now would be an opportunity to raise those things. And what we'll do is we'll provide all this as feedback to the administration, and then they will come back to us in December the 11th, with a final that incorporates all the feedback that we're going to give here now. Also, I could put this out there, if you have thoughts as to where you'd like to see this wind up, that would be helpful information as well. And we can give direction to staff as well, if we like to say, just spitballing here, if you'd like to see it come at 4.9% or whatever, we can say that to staff, and they can come back and give us options for how to get there. So anyway, so I'll open the floor to you guys for comments, and we'll start with Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jim, I think when you started, after lunch here, you said that you were already taking into consideration moving some fleet from medium to low, and maybe a couple of other changes that have been incorporated into what we see up here. But I don't think we didn't vote on any of those things, or there's suggestions that were tossed out there, right?
So just to be clear, we didn't vote on any of the things that have been incorporated. The approach staff have taken here is to take the suggestions that have been made and incorporate them. So if there are things that you're concerned about, like fleet, for example, if you'd like to see a different thing than what's been put on the table just now, then now would be a time to speak about that.
We had lots of people had different ideas about what we could drop and what we should cut and what we should reprioritize around the table this morning. And I don't know how much of that you've captured in this new calculation, or whether we need to revisit each one of those, or do I have to go by my notes or memory? Either of which are very good.
The items that I've captured, and if I've missed any, then just please let me know. But we had the Innovation Park marketing material that we were going to fund out of the sales, so that wasn't going to come out of taxation. That's a 0.01% on the levy, so a very small amount. The ward boundary review that I discussed, which was 60,000, that would be a 0.07% on the levy. There was the training officer funding that out of the levy as an ongoing cost. That would be an increase of 0.47%. On the capital side, I had two items that I picked up. One was moving the 2030 and 31 fleet investment, which was categorized as medium, moving that to a low category. That provides a $3.39 improvement on the levy. And then the last was that the portion of the fire training be covered out of reserve. What's available in reserve would be about 130,000. And that would be a 17 cents on the special levy. So that takes then the $53 that I presented this morning, it would take it down to just under $50.
Okay, so further comments? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'm really struggling with understanding what we have and haven't done. In that it's the addendum that came out yesterday. You know, I don't know. It's just difficult to understand when there didn't always appear to be a vote to remove something or to change a priority. And then the priority messaging I'm getting is that if something gets moved into low, it's pushing it way out to the 2030s. And I don't agree with that. It's fine for us to think that it maybe is a low priority right now. But, you know, going out 7, 8, possibly 10 years, I'm not understanding how this is working. Case in point, one of the items that moved to low that would have now been, I don't know if it's off the list or what, but was the Spence Trail in Southampton. And I know it was discussed about considering whether or not, you know, the Moby Mat thing could work there, but Moby Mats would still cost money. So, you know, and the Spence Trail is, yes, I understand the dynamic nature of the beach and, you know, all of that, but that's pretty prime real estate kind of impact in tourism and all kinds of other good things about the waterfront. So, you know, I'm not sure I understand what it means when we move it to low. Is it gone completely, or, you know, these Moby Mats would cost money too. Another one that concerns me is, again, I mentioned it earlier, in some cases, some tree related items or natural heritage related items, the focus got shifted from medium down to low. And again, you know, I've been hearing that means it's like way out there now. And unfortunately, Mother Nature needs our help sooner rather than later. So I would like to understand how, going forward, if some things have moved, how do they have the potential to get back in there next year or the year after? Because I think I'm understanding too that this 10-year document has a little bit of movement enabled in it. Just before I finish, I had 2 more points right now. I would like to repeat my request specifically to our member who sits on the Westario board, the mayor. You know, there's a reduction in the dividend there by half. I think it would be helpful to us to understand the whys and how long or what that all means, because Westario, we're a significant stockholder. We have a stake in that company, and dropping a dividend by half, there's a question there. And so I would just like to repeat my request that at some point in the future, our representative provide us with some information, whether that means you bring along some admin staff from Westario or not, that's up to you, I guess, but just to answer some questions I have, and maybe some others have about that too. I did want to, though, come back to focus on this governance question. And what I mean by that is the ward boundaries question. I think it would be a responsible thing for us to do. It's been 25 years since amalgamation. It's a legacy kind of opportunity for us to consider. It's 25 years later. Are we still doing the very best we can do for the residents of this town, this community, in terms of representation and how it all comes together? And it's not about, you know, disrespecting any position title. I was vice deputy mayor too once. So it's not about just losing a position title or, you know, anything to do with any specific member of council. It's just, you know, we have participation that requires a certain kind of understanding about how our local governance works. And, you know, the ward thing, I understand and appreciate what the mayor said about, you know, the ward situation. And it's a question about the boundaries, because you don't need to live in the ward that you run in if you're running for a quote unquote ward councillor position. So it's meaningless in that regard. I'd also challenge that most people who have moved to in many areas of the former Saugeen Township, most of them would not consider that they live in the township. They probably think they live in Port Elgin, or even those that have been in the township. You know, you look along Miramichi Bay Road, the chunk that's close to Southampton, most of those people think they live in Southampton, if you were to ask them. So the boundaries have really become quite blurred in terms of what they represent. I think if, as the mayor suggests, we can just do something ourselves. I had been hopeful when I brought this up last year that, you know, we could make some strides and have something, that would impact, again, sooner rather than later. Now I'm hearing and I understand, that, maybe just a simple question on the ballot, the next election, might take care of some concerns. That of course pushes any kind of potential change out another 4 years. We're looking 7 years down the road. That's something to keep in mind. I'd also just question whether or not us deciding what that question should be, or what the composition of council should be. I'm not in favor always of hiring consultants, but I just would like to make sure that if we lose this kind of funding, that we're still able to make a meaningful decision about the future of governance here. And it comes down to participation. And the reason why I asked about the compensation aspect of it earlier is that this is a part-time job, being on council, albeit Luke makes it look like a full-time job, and his is probably very full-time. But it does require a certain level of participation and commitment. And I think it's 25 years later, it's good for us to now reflect on what that means for the fastest growing community in Bruce County, certainly maybe in southwestern Ontario, if you look at communities of a certain size. And also, we present ourselves as a leader. So I would like to feel confident that if we lose the $60,000, we're still going to be able to have a meaningful discussion in the very near future to talk about what governance should look like here. We review staff stuff all the time. We get requests for new positions on a fairly regular basis as things come up. We should be looking at our own situation. Things have changed since we started 25 years ago. The commitment level is similar, but it's different. And when we make decisions here, it's our decisions about how we plan council business impact staffing decisions too, meaning that, for us to say, well, we'd like this committee to meet at night, we then have to count on staff resources and, some other expenses associated with after hours use. So like all of that plays together, that there's some good questions there. So if the mayor can convince me that we have the ability to ask questions ourselves to get something onto a ballot for the next election that would stand up legislatively, okay, then the $60,000 can disappear. But if we really need a little bit of support here to make this legitimate, I think it's an investment governance that this council should make, because it's been 25 years. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox on that and let myself be convinced that it can still happen legitimately without $60,000. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly appreciate all of your comments. And I'm not gonna debate you on the issue just now. I want to make a couple of comments just in terms of process because of your earlier comments. So if you want to add things back like that, like the ward boundary review or other things, you can make it a resolution right now, and things that Jim has run down or other things that have been taken out. And I will put each of those items to a vote at this point. And if you have things you'd like, vice versa, if you have things you'd like to remove, you can propose those now and we will subject them to a vote so that we can give clear direction to staff. So I just want to make that clear. Staff, I think, have tried to keep up with our overall mood on these things by making some changes to try and get us ahead of the game. But if you've seen things in there that you don't like that have been pulled, put them back on the table. We'll have a vote on them now. We'll make a final decision one way or the other, whether they're in or out. And I just, on the Westario question, I heard that question last time. I apologize. I didn't respond to it at the time. We will be coming to council. We're currently working with the clerks of all of our shareholders to get in front of them all to talk about those issues. So you will be hearing from me and likely the acting Chief Executive Officer of Westario Power in the near future. Again, we don't need to get into, I don't want to necessarily have long debates on each of these issues. If there's things you want to bring up that you want to put back or take out, make a motion, speak to it for a moment or two. I'll find a seconder for you and we'll have a vote and we'll roll through this. If we have a lot of decisions to make, we just can't take all afternoon doing just a couple of things. So we'll start with Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. As we went along here and things were marked from high to low, I wrote down in the book, you know, I made a note that it moved. Is it possible to have in the screen all the things that we moved? Or is that too onerous a task?
We've got a schedule that shows the items that moved, although what might be just clearer is we could pull up any of the high, medium and low priorities, and you can look, because at the end of the day, what matters is where it's sitting right now. And if we put up those, you could then take a look and say, is there any of those that you think are mislabeled? Right, or misprioritized?
Yeah, you can see the schedules in the addendum there. And so we could bring up, what would you want? Which one would you want to bring up? The low one?
Sure.
Bud? Bring up the low priority ones.
For
that have been
operating or capital to start with?
Well, operating.
All right, so we'll bring up the operating low priority schedule. And that's schedule 51124. Yeah, okay, so there it is. Do you have some comments you wanted to make, Councillor Halpin?
No, not right now. There are two things that I do want to move, and perhaps three. One is, you know, where are we at with our annual tree sale?
We can turn that over to the appropriate. Who do we got? Who's oh, there she is there.
Yeah.
The director. She's been sitting over there all day and then she moved. Director of Community Services.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we have not suggested an increase for the annual tree sale. Council provided an increase of, I believe it was $3,000 last year or $5,000 last year to the tree sale budget. So it's remaining status quo this year.
Thank you. That's good. I'd like to see that. The other thing is, of course, this is a pet project, is I would like to see the $5,000 for the wildflower or meadow project to go ahead. I look at this as seed money because this is largely going to be done by volunteers. And in light of cooperation, I would even accept 4,000 or just something so that we can just get going. Thank you.
Based on our comments last time, staff have reclassified that as high priority. So it currently is in the budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just got a couple of things. One, in response to the to Bud's point about the wildflower program. I know that, I don't know if Bruce Power is still offering grants, but they did initially do the grant for the butterfly program. And I think they gave them $20,000. So it might be worthwhile if our staff looks into seeing if that's something we could get some funding for. I also wanted to just respond to the deputy mayor's point about the ward boundary issue. I think it's an important one. I like your point about the fact that now we're at the 25th year. It might be an opportune time to look at this, but I think that this is something that would be a really good project for a committee of council members and residents. I think there's a lot of, I know I've already done some research on this. There's a lot of material out there based on the experiences of other municipalities. And that might be something we could consider instead of a consultant.
I think I know that the clerk and CAO may want to comment, but I wonder if there's an opportunity on that one to remove the funding, but leave it in the work plan so that there is, you know, a drive for us to maybe do a little bit of work, put out an RFP and determine what might need to be done on it for the course of a year, and maybe have more discussion at council about exactly what we're looking to do here. I don't know. I'll turn to the CAO first and then maybe the clerk will comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that that could be a productive approach for next year. I think just want to be clear that the review would not be complete next year. So I think how I would frame it is that it stay on the work plan and that we work with council to frame up almost like the methodology terms or reference that could then go into a request for proposal. And then we could determine at that time what we felt was the right vehicle to move that forward once we have a sense of the scope and what we wanted to do.
Do you have it? Do you want to make a comment, the clerks first?
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So one of the recommendation that was put forward by staff was for all of the work to be done through a consultant. In my network of other people who are involved in clerk type work, there are other options that are available that have either more of a staff centered role or a committee centered role. So there are options that are available that can be considered if that is the route that council wishes to go.
Councilor Grace.
Thank you for that. I just have one more question, and this is under the operating, low operating, and that's under strategic initiatives and the healthcare partnership. And wondering about that because I was excited about that, and is that referring to the Kincardine partnership, and what's our future there if we take that out?
CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we put this in the low priority, we recognize that I guess I would say maybe we're a bit premature because we don't know where we're at with the partnership yet. So I think we're going to continue to pursue the partnership and the asks related to it. And then once we have those initial discussions, we'll be back to council to talk about what that would mean for us.
Okay, and the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll get things started then. I think we, I hear about a 5.7% levy increase. I'm not going to support that today. And I think that, I guess I want to ask Jim this question. Jim, to get that, I'm not saying it should be 3.7. I'm just using that as a number right now. But to get that 3.7, is it fair to assume that a 1% tax increase, levy increase is $210,000? Is that correct?
It's approximately 200, yes, or in the 210 range.
210. So 2%, 420K. So $420,000 in savings takes us down to 3.7% tax levy increase. And again, I'm not saying that's where we need to end up 3.7. I'm just using that as an example. In my view, we have to find several $100,000 in this budget. I'm in support of majority of the 11 new positions in this year's budget. That's a lot. 17 new positions over the last 3 years. That's a lot. And I was at this council table when many of those positions were approved. So I'm not hiding behind it. We need to fill the void with backfilling with positions in key areas. So I think new positions is inevitable. We've gone from 14,000 people to 17,000, 3,000 people. Does it merit 17 new employees? 6 of those are the wellness center. I have a motion prepared here about the wellness center. I mentioned this at the last meeting. I'm still not convinced. That we, I heard one of the comments at the last meeting that there's a expectation that we get this right with the transition of going from now to July 1st. 2025 for staffing. I agree we need to get this right with staff transitioning. What I don't agree with, I think there's also an expectation to be fiscally responsible. I've gone through the job descriptions, a bit of experience in Parks and Rec, and I really do believe that it's a budget that is too energetic, bringing staff in, 1 year in advance. For example, a facilities maintenance supervisor, bringing that person in 1 year before the building opens. A customer service coordinator, 38 weeks, you know, a customer service coordinator. One of the responsibilities, data entry, software implementation. I'm going to support the help desk analyst. I think that IT, I think that's warranted. They need help in IT. I think that IT help desk analyst can support the customer service coordinator. One of their duties is to software implementation. I hope the help desk analyst can assist with that. Is the council aware that we just hired a new park supervisor? We're just hiring a new facility supervisor. And I would hope that there's support amongst existing staff to support with this transition. We've had a lot of people. And again, I've supported a lot of those. But when I take a look at the number of weeks that we're looking at here, 254 weeks of employment from now to July 1st, 2025, I think it's too many weeks in advance. You know, I liken it to, I use Bud Helpin, the Councillor Helpin's analogy here. You know, you want to hire a gardener for my house to do some gardening in the summertime at 10 hours a week, 260 hours for the summer. I haven't got the money to do it, so I'm going to spend 200 hours. My gardens are still going to look good. We'll get the job done. And I really believe that with these 6 new positions for the Wellness Center, and by the way, I support those 6 positions. I do. I believe by cutting that back, and I'm going to have a motion on the floor. I'll get the first motion on the floor today. The motion I'm reading is that the Wellness Center staffing transition staff complement reduced by 20%, 2024, 2025. It's taken from 254 weeks down to 264, pardon me, down to 204. That is still 5 times, that is still 4 full-time equivalents for 1 year. For 1 year before the building opens. You can get a lot of work done in 1 year in preparing for the opening of the Wellness Center. The plan calls for 5 full-time equivalent. I'm saying it's $80,000 over 2024, 2025, and I know it doesn't affect the tax levy. The Vice Deputy Mayor mentioned at the meeting, it's still a tax. It's tax stabilization reserve. No matter which way you cut it, it's still an expense that the taxpayers have to pay for. So I just think we've put enough good people in our system with a new facility supervisor, a new parks manager, an analyst with the IT department. I think we've added enough good people that we can support one another to help with this transition. So I was a little disappointed there was no change in the 264 weeks. I guess I was one voice, but I'll continue to be that single voice today that I don't think we need to have staff in 5 full-time equivalents 1 year before the building opens. So I hope the support around the table for that. It's $80,000 total, I think, over the 2 years, but you have to start somewhere. And I think this budget we have to find savings. I'm a rec person, believe me. I support what we're doing here. I support these 6 positions. The lead up time's too long. I really believe it's too long. And so my motion, Mr. Mayor, is that the Wellness Center staffing transition staff complement reduced by 20%, which covers 2024, 2025. 20% represents about 53 weeks or 1 full-time equivalent. We still are bringing in 4 full-time equivalent 1 year before the building opens. And I think that's fair.
So the resolution is then that you want to reduce we're talking about the staff complement, not the spend, right? So you want to reduce the number of full-time equivalents by 20%, funded over 2024, 2025.
Still go with the 6 positions, Mr. Mayor, but the start dates, you know, if Lisa needs a full-time person, and I believe she does right in the beginning to help with this transition, and then start to stage them in. every month or 2 months or 3 months, whatever it is, but phase them in. And up to that July 1st date of our opening. And let's just hope the building opens July 1st, by the way. If that building's delayed by 3 months, you've got $500,000 worth of employees on staff. So.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to clarify so we understand what we're considering here. So we want to reduce the staff complement over 24, 25 by 20%. I mean, I don't know how prescriptive you want to get, or we just leave it to staff to decide how they're going to accommodate that. But you're just trying to reduce the spend, right? So that's fair enough, right? Reduce the staff complement by 20%. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Seconded by Councillor Davinsky. Discussion to the resolution, the Deputy Mayor.
I'll support the motion, but I would go further. I still think it's excessive, and it's not prudent in my mind. And you're right about the July 1st date. A little too far out still to imagine that's going to be definite, but I don't think we've affected it enough. But if this is what is going to be before us, I would support this, but I would have gone further. Thank you.
Okay, further comments? Councillor Davinsky?
Seconded it to get it on the floor, and as I said in the last meeting, I would have gone further as well. Rather than a year, I could see the 6 starting in 2025 at the beginning of the year. They've got 6 months. Yeah, 6 months, 6 complete months to hit the ground running, if you will. And for the price that we would be paying for these people, they've got to be professional enough that they should be able to do that in 6 months, not 12. If that would be considered, fine, but I'll go with what I can get.
Thank you. I think I'll express my view and great respect to my friends. I disagree. I think that it would be, it's first off, the strategy here has this all funded by the through revenues, right? Revenues generated by the facility. It is not tax funded. It's funded by revenues from the Aquatics and Wellness Center. It has zero impact on the tax levy. That is all contingent on the success of the operation. So if this is a $50 million facility. We've already agreed to spend $50 million on it. Now to start pinching pennies on the staff puts at risk the success of that model. It actually increases the likelihood that there'll be a tax impact because we jeopardize the rollout. So, we've heard I just think it's risky for us to take a plan that's been generated by staff through a great deal of work and edit it sort of arbitrarily on the fly, and then expect that we get a good outcome in the end, because we're all going to expect to walk into that facility and have it be fully functional, and that that in the end it will attract the kind of customer base we need to pay for it. And this council or the next council will be pretty disappointed if it doesn't. But we start making changes like this, we'll have to start sharing the responsibility for an outcome that doesn't match our expectations. So I support the staff implementation plan. It does not have a tax levy impact. It is funded entirely from the operation of the Aquatics and Wellness Center. And that staff complement we've heard from our staff is necessary to ensure that the outcome that they have put together through the business plan works. It's a $50 million facility. Let's not start to cut expenses here now, particularly in an area that might affect those revenues, which we have told the public we're going to use to pay for this whole thing. So I won't support the amendment again with respect to my friends. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. If we went with the Vice Deputy Mayor's proposal, and things aren't going well, there's nothing stopping us from bringing staff on. Would that be correct?
The CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think what you do is you impact the timing in the rollout. So I would say on average, it takes us about anywhere between 4 to 6 months to recruit individuals into roles. So if a change was made further down the road, it would impact timelines, and we're talking about an 18-month timeline. So.
Yeah, the Vice Mayor.
I just want to make a comment you made about added arbitrarily. You know, I took this to heart. I took my 35 years experience in the Parks and Recreation sector, and I studied this thing really carefully. Staff with full-time equivalents, I guarantee you, will get the job done. That job can be done by 6 people with full-time equivalents. Can be. Been there. So, you know, I think it's more than fair. I think it's really an elaborate implementation plan. So I'm sticking by my comment. What you said has not weakened my position at all. We need to reel this in. And yes, it's a $50 million building. We will do it right. We will get it right. That brand new facility supervisor we just hired, surely they can help a little bit. That computer analyst person, surely they can help a little bit. Let's help one another. So I haven't changed my position one bit. I think we really need to, Councillor Divinsky wanted March 1st, backed off to January 1st. I'm not there. I think we need to bring people in 2024. Don't disagree. It's just too far out.
Yeah, certainly understand that. Thanks for those comments, Councillor Stack.
Thank you. Just so as I said last week, I support the current staffing plan for a couple of reasons. I think this is the largest first of a kind project in the area. So I think while our experience is important, I think recognizing, as I said last week, the expectations from the community on the level of service and quality that we're going to see here. So, and having sort of dealt with some planning issues in my other job, I can tell you that taking the critical path, like limiting the amount of time you have on your schedule by reducing your staffing and expecting that you won't run into challenges or barriers to the plans, I think is underestimating the complexity and just the practical realities of these types of projects. So I think there are other opportunities, I think have been alluded to by other members in council around some, like if it were up to me, I would rather challenge some of the consultant costs we've built in here, kind of speaking to what I think the expertise we have on the team here, rather than try and risk the successful execution of what I would like, we call it the legacy fund. So I think it's fair to say it's a legacy project for the town. And again, like I said last week, I think the community has been waiting for this, certainly for as long as I've been a resident. So that's 11 years. And I think to try and save some money at the risk of the successful execution of the opening of this facility, I don't think is in the best interest of the community or in this project. So I certainly support the existing staffing plan.
Okay, Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to hear from the director what the impact on the levy or the tax rate would be if we were to accept the motion as presented.
Director of Corporate Services.
I mean, ultimately, it can be whatever council wishes it to be. But I can tell you the way we've treated it through the plan right now. And we have treated it that there is no impact on the levy, that it's being funded from from revenue, excuse me, that is being generated at the tail end of this plan. And it comes down to, in the Vice Deputy Mayor's suggestion that we can do it with less staffing and still deliver the same revenue, then we're going to be generating a positive cash flow earlier. And that would then, we could do a tax decrease in 2030 instead of 2031. But then if you look at the mayor's position, and it's like if we go with less staffing and we actually fail on our revenue projections, then that could then be a tax increase that we're facing maybe in 2028 or whenever we realize that this has gone sideways. And that's then the business decision that's being placed in front of council to roll the dice and think which way the cards lie and what the right decision is.
Okay, are there further comments on this one? We've had some good discussion on it. There's a motion moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. So I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's defeated. All right, so did you have further things, the Vice Deputy Mayor? Okay, carry on.
Yep. The next one's an add-on. And it's to do with Lamont Sports Park. And it's the storage building. We've built a beautiful batting cage system out there with two different lines of batting cages and two pitching mounds. It's all fenced in nicely. And there'll be pitching machines, batting machines, helmets, balls, equipment, opening up in 2024. I was out there and it's just pretty much almost completed, but no storage building to put the equipment in to use the batting cages. So there is provisions for space inside the batting cage area. Staff were proposing, I think, in 2024, but low priority. And what I'm asking for is for that to be moved to high priority so we get it built. I had a call, and Councillor Halpin and I have been working on this. I had a call from a Sterling Thiel, who builds buildings here in town. His headquarters are in Southampton, on the Pumpkin Fest committee. I mean, he's been at council before. And he builds sheds, storage buildings with roll-up doors. And I know staff have put $33,000 in the budget, but as a low priority. And Mr. Thiel has offered to make a $15,000 donation for the construction of the, he would build it. He would build this modular building with a blue steel roof to match the sun shelter at Lamont Sports Park. It's about a $35,000 building, and he would contribute $15,000. He'll put it in writing. You'd still need to leave $20,000 in the budget. Of that 18,000, I guess, would it be? If I got my math right. I would say you probably should leave $20,000 in the budget as a high priority and get that storage building built. He has indicated that he could have it done by May 1st, and he just needs some cooperation from this council and from staff. And what I was prepared to do, Mr. Mayor, is turn all that information over to, and I've talked to Director of Community Service about this, and Frank Burrows, our Parks Manager. So I have discussed it. And so basically I would take all that information, give it to them, and ask if they could, work with that donation and work with Teeswater Concrete, who have offered to donate some concrete. And I'm thinking that could be one of the things they could donate to was the concrete pad. And so that's what I'm asking for. And minor baseball officials have approached me and asked if they couldn't get that building built. By the way, minor ball did donate $25,000, which was really earmarked for a storage building. That's why they donated. So I'm asking for that to be moved to high priority. If I don't know, and I could, you like that as a motion?
Can I just clarify, because just maybe I'm wrong, but what you want it to do is move it from 2025 to 2024, right? Because it's like the priority is medium right now, but it's next year, right? So you want to, just so I'm clear on what you're looking for, you want to move it up to 24. Am I right about that?
2024.
So maybe the director.
I thought it was in 2024, but low priority.
The director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is in 2024. When we presented the budget last week, it was identified as a low priority for $33,000. It's since been moved to a medium priority for $33,000 in 2024.
Oh, okay, so
Yep.
it's in.
So it is in there.
I missed it. So that's
Yeah, I
good
did
news. And I just wanted to, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask staff, if I could pass that file over now. But Mr. Thiel for that donation, and like to put his name on a banner out there and donate 15 grand towards it.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be happy to have that.
Thank you. And I don't know whether, with the border review, did we make a final decision on the 60,000?
So it's currently out of the budget. No motion has been put to put it back in, but of course, we're always open to
It's
discussion.
currently out?
It's out right now, yeah.
And that's where I think it belongs. So I'll leave that one. The sidewalk budget, I totally, last year, I think the year before, I supported moving from $40,000 to $75,000 because I really believe that we need to step up our sidewalk construction. I'm just wondering, in the interest of trying to find $300,000 or $400,000 in this budget. And I don't know whether that's tax levy funded or not. I'm confused now. But I believe we should move that 40K up to 100 grand instead of the $150,000, and maybe phase the next $50,000 in 2025. But I'd like to see, I think it's important we do more sidewalk work. But in the interest of trying to find some savings in this year's budget, I'd like to make a recommendation that that sidewalk budget of $40,000 be increased to $100,000.
So it's currently at 150. So the resolution is that the funding for new sidewalks be increased from $40,000 to $100,000 beginning in 2024, which is a capital item. And so the impact would be on the proposed fixed charge. So is there a seconder to do that? Councillor Duhaime, discussion on the item. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. We had a good presentation from the Safe to School group. How would, and you know, they're well received by council, they're well received by staff. How much of that sidewalk budget would be related to issues they brought up, or has any decision been made on that? Thank you.
The Director of Development Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the specific amount of the 150,000 that was earmarked to respond to those safe school initiatives, but it would certainly make it more challenging to deliver those proposals.
Okay, further discussion to the resolution? I don't see any, so you've heard it. It's been moved in second. I'll ask all in favor. I need to see your hands. Sorry, and opposed? That's carried. Okay. Carry on.
Mr. Mayor, I think that the 300, just help me out again, Jim, the $300,000 for the fleet has been moved to low priority. Is that correct?
That's correct. We did that. I did that over the lunch period.
Right. This is an add-on, Mr. Mayor, trying to delete, but it's hard if some of these things like the Spark Center, and I guess maybe there's a couple of members.
Yes, we do have two members who've declared pecuniary interest on this one, so we'll discuss it now, gentlemen. So carry on then.
You know, I look at the work that the Spark Center is doing, and Bruce Power donated that nice $100,000 to the project back a month or two ago at GC Houston presentation that day. And I take a look at the early successes of the Spark Center with training, apprenticing, creating apprentice positions for building and plumbing and hydro and welding, and you know, with the shortage of trades in this community, I just think that's a good $50,000 investment. And I think what they asked for is for $50,000 towards rent of the former, current, I guess, ambulance service building. And I just think that program with Spark is going to pay dividends in the future, Mr. Mayor. So I think it's a really good thing for a community run primarily with volunteers, but they have some expenses. I know the town of Hanover contributes $100,000 per year towards their training center. Not suggesting we do that on a yearly basis, one-time funding, but it's really important for this organization, that 50K, to get them off and running, and they're already off to a great start. I know that some of the, I think there's 50 or 60 people enrolled already in their, and they'd turn some people away with their high school program, with their apprenticeship program. And so I think it's important we support this request. They were at council a month or two ago. So I'm a firm believer we need to leave that $50,000 in. I'm not sure where it could be funded from, but I think we need to try and find that $50,000.
So yeah, so it's not in now. So you're making a motion to include the $50,000 or to fund the request made by the Sparks Training Center, which is for about $50,000. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I just want to ask for clarity from the Director of Corporate Services. We have the CFO spoke to community donation funding, $25,000 built into the budget. Is the whole 25,000 spent at this point?
Approximately 17,000 is not allocated.
So there's 17,000 unallocated there. So you could, in theory, turn 17,000 over and then you'd only have to come up with 33. Just a thought. Questions or comments to this, and I'll take the deputy mayor. Sorry. Okay, are there questions, comments? Councillor Grace.
Yes, thank you. With regard to the community donation funding, that 17.5, do we have some kind of an application process that has like a deadline to allow for, is that, didn't we talk about having a committee to decide which would be the successful applicants?
The clerk.
Thank you through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So for budget year 2024, we are remaining status quo. The policy that was approved, because it requires a little bit of lead time to provide communication out to our community partners, that policy would essentially take effect for budget year 2025. It would be started to be communicated in June for the applications are to be open for people to submit.
Further comments, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yep, I just had my last comment then. For now.
Need to decide on that one yet. We haven't made a decision yet, so we can just finalize the discussion on this item, the Spark item. Another question to the director then. I think I understand this, although the 10-year budgeting thing still perplexes me a little bit, but we have generated a surplus in 2023 and $2.3 million or something. I understand that that's going to roll into the tax stabilization reserve, which is used to fund the whole operation. So it's kind of a, I don't know exactly the net effect, but can you take is it reasonable to take a one-time expense like this, $50,000 or $33,000 or however, and fund it from 2023 surpluses? That's something I would have proposed in last year, but I don't know if it's something that still makes sense to propose this year.
I mean, that's acceptable.
Okay, so maybe I could suggest to the mover and seconder that we fund the Spark grant using from 2023 surpluses. Is that agreeable to you? It seems to be agreeable to both the mover and seconder. So I'll ask with that, all in favor? That's carried. Can we bring those gentlemen back in then? Okay, so you have one more, Vice Deputy Mayor?
I do, if it's okay if I keep going or.
Yeah, sure. Finish up, go through all everything you got and we'll consider it.
So I'm not gonna be able to support the 5.7%. What the new number you gave us, Jim. I think the tax levy increase was 5.7. I think that's the last number we're at, which means there's about $400,000 to get us under 3.7. I don't know where we find that. Honestly, I don't have. I mean, I've went through it. I mean, I maybe one or two of the new full-time positions are delayed for 1 year. At the end of the day, and we'll probably make comment a little bit later when we wind up, but perhaps, Mr. Mayor, depending on what everybody else says around the table to find savings, maybe people are in different positions than I am with the tax levy. Maybe we're okay with 5.5. I'm not, but at the end of the day, we're coming back, December 11th, I think. I'll make a comment now that perhaps if we can't find those savings today, if there's a consensus of trying to get it down 1% or 2%, we send it back to staff. Say, find it. Find $300,000 or $400,000 to get it under 4. I don't know whether it's the right or wrong way to do it, but I can't find the 300 or 400 here right today. It's a massive amount of numbers, and trying to understand it all. But so that'd be my comment on the tax levy. I can't get there. The washroom at Lamont, thank you. I think that you're going to make a whole lot of 1,400 families, ball players happy. But just so I'm clear on this, it was a low priority for, I think it was going to be opened up in 2027, built in 2026. Have I got it right? Just so I'm clear, that the building drawings and tender document. Some of the prep work will be done in 2024 with construction late 2024 or 2025, opening up in 2025. Have I got it right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. So we separated the project out, the washroom, design work specification to occur in 2024, construction starting in 2025. And that priority was moved from medium to high. And then the canteen construction, we separated that component out from the overall project and we assigned that as a low priority for a future year consideration.
Yeah, and I think that's great. I think that, you know, we're building it anyways, the washroom. And to see it moved up by 2 years, I think is really a positive thing. And by the way, I think staff have done an excellent job with phasing in the different projects at Lamont Sports Park. I think that phase 3, Mr. Mayor, I don't know where you're at with this, but in council, but you know, I think phase 3, because of what I'm seeing in capital spending over 10 years, probably needs to be removed. Could be added back in later. Maybe as a community fundraising group forums and said, you know what, want a brand new soccer field out there, want another ball diamond. Well, maybe groups are going to have to come forth and start another campaign in a year or two. But to do with Lamont Sports Park, if it's removed out of the 10-year plan, I guess the request I would like to make, there was comment there, I think, and I'm not sure when it was, Strides, I'll go through you, Mr. Mayor, to our director. Was there in your report somewhere talking about community consultation for Lamont Sports Park for phase 3? And when was that to happen?
The director.
Thank you. And through you, I would assume I do know that would happen when we would advance our recreation master plan, which is scheduled to occur in 2025. That's when we forecasted that out. And I think that we'll receive a lot of community input through that for, if any, and when and what phase 3 of Lamont Sports Park
Great
looks
time
like.
to do it. Great time to do it. And I'm just wondering, to help this bottom line cap of 10-year forecast, if we should be removing the 2.5 or not.
For phase 3, you can correct me wrong, but I think it did get pushed into low, which pushes it out of it's already out.
Okay.
The CIO wants to make a quick comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this might sound strange coming from the CAO instead of the finance folks, but I just wanted to comment, if I may, on Vice Deputy Mayor, your comment around finding 2%. And I just wanted to draw council's attention back to our opening slides last week on day 1, which notes to do the base level items that we have in the budget requires 3.5%. So anything that is sitting in a high, medium, and low has to be above 3.5%. So if we were to receive instruction, respectfully, like you said, which would be to find 2%, it would mean all of those priorities were removed from the budget.
All of the high priorities, right? Correct. And by the way, I was just using that as a $210,000 for 1%. I'm not suggesting it should be 3.7. I'm just saying I was trying to figure out in my mind where we need to get to based on the 210,000 for 1%. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we have some other comments. I'll start with Councilor Grace, and then I think I see the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this question, I guess, is for Jim. What current inflation rate are we using, Jim, as a reference point for this?
We have a couple of different inflation rates that we're using that varies between, excuse me, that varies between salaries and wages and benefits versus material costs versus revenue. And we are balancing in at inflation of about 3.5% is the net. And a big piece of that is because labor inflation is in arrears based on our policy that council passed. So it's that 2024 increase is based on the inflation from the prior year.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I was just taking a look back, and I think it's happened, but that $33,000 for a storage building at Lamont Park wasn't even in the document we got initially. And we never voted on that. So just magically it just showed up or didn't.
The director.
And then I had another question.
We'll go to the director and then back to the deputy mayor.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it wasn't identified as a capital highlight. There are additional capital projects that are suggested for 2024 within the business plan documentation.
It was in the table, but not as a divisional highlight, the deputy mayor.
Okay, well, I really, we have to get away from more there. And thank goodness the bathroom has a chance a little sooner. But I really do think that at some point, I just hope with the Aquatics and Wellness Center that we've given an awful lot of thought to what needs to be there from the beginning and not constantly, just adding, because there you go. I did want to ask a question and I looked rather quickly just now to see if I could find it myself, but there's almost $100,000 worth of expenses associated with the airport that were being attributed to taxpayers to fund. I don't believe that that was the way that should have stayed. I just wondered where are those? And I think it was $75,000 for some runway stuff, and then there was $20,000 or something for trees. Where are they now sitting in the budget in terms of whether they're still there or who's funding them?
We have those funded out of the airport reserve.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a suggestion, since I'd like to. The one area that we haven't looked at, of course, is revenues from fees and charges. The bylaw sits at 2.8% across the board. I think that we should implement a higher increase to the fees and charges, somewhere in the 3.5% range. That was you proposed as on the high end at the beginning of your presentation. I don't know how much money that raises when you make that change. You guys probably do, I assume, since you put the number down. But I don't know. Do you know that number? If you increase the fees and charges to 3.5% across the board, what you raise? If you don't, that's fine. Okay. Anyway, I think a higher increase to fees and charges is in order, considering what the taxpayer is going to face for an increase. So I can't make a motion, but I can suggest it as a possibility. The Councillor Grace moves that we do that. Is there a seconder for that motion? The Vice Deputy Mayor seconds it. So it's on the floor, and we'll hear momentarily what it might raise, but we can have discussion on the question now. Councillor Halpin, do you have a comment?
So when you're talking through you, Mayor, so would this just be for the airport, or would this be, we could do that for the tourist camps? We could do it for the harbor and everything?
If you go to the schedule in addendum 1, you see the fees and charges schedule. And if you look down that schedule, staff has recommended and built into the budget an across the board increase of 2.8%, apart from a few variations. So what I'm suggesting is if anything that says 2.8 there would be changed to say 3.5.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you, the CFO?
Yeah, the impact of that would be approximately 17,500.
Well, it didn't change the world, but
in tax funded areas. Specifically, there'd be additional impact on water, wastewater.
Okay, so it's on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. Okay. Okay, any further comments? The Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, I'll get Stack first and then Deputy Mayor.
So it's just a quick question. I'm relitigating an issue that was addressed in council earlier this week, but in the building services and bylaw enforcement, just so I'm clear, we're effectively striking from consideration based on the decision on Monday, the municipal accommodation study. Is that accurate? Because we didn't refute or accept the information report or the report for information.
I would say it wasn't necessarily, the two aren't necessarily directly connected. Staff made the move reclassed it from high priority to a low priority, which takes it out. I don't know if that happened after Monday night or before, but it's not necessarily because of our vote, but it's a move that staff has made on the basis of their anticipation of where we're at. It can be added back, or we can consider a motion to add it back if that's your desire, Councillor.
Okay. So I think the only comment I would make is, so we just voted in favor of increasing user, the fees that the entire community pays, but seem to have a disinterest in applying a municipal accommodation tax or fee to people who come in and use our services. So I'm not going to bother putting the motion to bring it back because I don't think there's any interest, but I just wanted to highlight that we've now raised fees for everyone in the community and apparently declined to at least explore the opportunity for applying a municipal accommodation fee to people who come into the community and use our services. So I think that's just something I wanted to highlight as disappointing as something we've done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Halpin.
Well, we went through that, through you, Mayor, we went through the raise the fees really quickly. Like what if we went 5%? Like, I mean, if you have a boat in the harbor or you have some of these things, you can afford to pay these things. Like we didn't have, I would have thrown that in there. I didn't really get a chance.
And so, and thank you for that comment. And certainly we can consider any resolution you want to put on the floor. The reason why 3.5 is the number I picked was because it was put forward by staff as an appropriate number that it takes into account both our inflationary costs and our staffing costs. I think I have that right. So 2.8 was really on the low end of what they had, what they considered reasonable. And really the 3.5 is just top end of what staff says is an inflationary increase. It really is an increase that takes in all of inflation. So that's why I picked that number. But as I say, we can consider any motion you'd like to make, Councillor.
Can I ask how much a 5% would increase levy?
Certainly you can, and the CFO can do that calculation.
It'd be approximately, another $35,000 to the taxpayer in the tax funded areas. And I'll just note, council can also consider for different business units, different rate increases as staff does go through that process.
The deputy mayor.
That would be my comment, that there's two different things going on with the fees and charges. There's at least three areas that an increase there just stays there because it is a business center, whereas an increase on a rental rate for the rink or something, that's a different category. So in terms of revenue raised, it's outside of harbor, tourist camp, and airport. And I might have missed one. It's the ones out of that would actually impact all of this because the other ones would be self-contained. Is that correct?
And maybe the CFO can clarify what they said was the 17, which we've already approved, is tax levy related items. So maybe you can provide more clarity to the CFO.
Yeah, correct. So the number I gave is in areas that would impact the tax rate. Right now, although I know we've heard consistently from council a desire to have tourist camp and harbor operations completely separated out into their own reserve. The reality of today is that all of the profits of those business centers are going into the tax stabilization reserve and are impacting the tax calculations today. So the decision or the number that I gave includes tourist camp, harbor, Plex, Coliseum, all of those areas aside from those that we have true self-funding models for, such as building, water, and wastewater.
Okay, Councillor Mayat. Councillor Halpin.
Well, I would put a motion on the floor that for the tourist camps and the harbor, that we raise those, not 3.5, but we raise them 5%. I see those as kind of luxury items, and I'll put that out there.
Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Halpin that tourist camp.
I'm sorry, and airport.
So
I apologize.
Moved by Councillor Halpin that tourist camp, harbor, and airport fees and charges be increased by 5%. Am I right? The Director of Corporate Services wants to make a comment.
And if we can add to that resolution, just to make it abundantly clear, and that the dividends from those programs be increased accordingly.
Yes, understood. Okay, fair enough. So that's the motion. Is there a seconder for the motion? Moved by the seconded by the Vice Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, then all in favor?
Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Okay, so other items, the deputy mayor.
I just want to ask where Captain Spence Trail fits in still. Because it's, I think, well, it was $50,000. I think that's gone, but again, my quick scan didn't show anything still there. Is there some way to realize something there that at least enables access across that stretch of the waterfront?
The director?
I can begin speaking to it. Are you ready?
Who's got it?
We've
Corporate
split it
services?
into two, and what you're seeing in the low is related to the stairs, but the trail itself, we added, right?
We'll turn it over to Director Community Services.
Sorry, different project. The Captain Spence Trail is what you're looking for. So when we presented that, it was identified as a low priority, and it remained in a low priority. So if council wishes to revise that, then we can take that direction.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I agree with leaving the Captain Spence Trail for now till the lake finds its level again. Because it is a marginal thing for wave activity. So I promote waiting that.
Okay, so that lead, so it's in the low category. It's not funded at this time, and that's how it is unless I hear a resolution otherwise. I'll make another couple of suggestions then. So we have we do have a year-end surplus, and I heard before that we could use it on specific items, and this may be an option. We have the 25-year celebration in at $25,000, and we have the Environmental Stewardship Ad Hoc Committee in at 10. I would propose that $35,000 be funded from the 2023 surplus. Moved by Councillor Mayette, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. Any discussion to that? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Anybody else want to do anything else? Sorry, Councillor Mayette, and then I'll come to the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It wouldn't be a budget cycle without me expressing my utter dismay at the cost of the sidewalk plowing machine at, I think it's up to $340,000 or $350,000 for a sidewalk plow. When I'm of the opinion that a four-wheel drive Kubota or John Deere utility tractor with a plow on the front for about $40,000 could do the same job. We could buy about 10 of them for the price of one of those, what do they call them? Trackless machines. There are going to be times in the year when that Kubota or utility tractor isn't going to be heavy enough to handle a freak heavy winter storm. And some driveways or sidewalks might be delayed getting cleared, but I think 95% of the time, a utility tractor with a plow on the front and a salt spreader on the back for maybe $50,000 could do just as good a job. And speaking with former, maybe retired employees who have ridden in those trackless, they say they're the most god awful thing to ride around in all day. It's kills on your lower back. I've never been in one. I don't know if I could fit in one. But I've been in a compact utility tractor and I love my compact utility tractor. So I'm not making a motion on it. I'm just expressing my dismay that we're spending, $250,000 on a piece of equipment that gets used rarely. Thank you.
Okay. The Vice Deputy Mayor, did you have something?
It was really a question was to staff. With the Nuclear Waste Management Organization capital reserves, you to Jim and Daniel. Do you know what the balance is of that NWMO reserve? And I know we funded over the past, tree planting and other green environmental things. And did staff take a look at that when you were coming up with your bottom line budget of funding certain projects through NWMO?
Yeah.
Because I think it's still around a couple $100,000. I'm not sure.
We still have some commitments on it for the CT scanner contribution, but we can, we paid for our donation to the CT scanner using that 50,000 a year for
That's right.
4 years or 5 years, $250,000. So we still have an annual contribution, I assume, that's worked in here somewhere for that, but we'll turn it over to the director.
So we have a ending balance this year of 222,000, a use next year or transfers next year planned to 50,000, taking it down to 172.
And then 2 more years after that. So you'll take it down to probably $70,000. Okay.
The deputy mayor.
It's almost like he knew what I was thinking over here. So I was going to ask, the tree planting program that was under Parks and Facilities, and was a low priority. It was $15,000. It was, so I'm assuming it's gone now. But I was going to ask, since we have used NWMO funds in the past for some tree projects, the success of the park planting with the smaller trees, remains to be seen, but was very well received by the people who were there that day. And there was a sense that that size of tree, getting it into more places in volume would do well for the future. So I was going to ask if that could be considered, but understanding how the fund is almost depleting itself over the next few years, I still think it's a valuable use of the NWMO funds. I believe the only other use we've had for those so far, and I could be wrong, is the trees that went in on Bruce Road 25 from the highway down to the lake. So, we've lost some initiative here with trees in what we've done. And I just wish there was a way to get some of that back in there, particularly with an emphasis on the smaller trees that we did at Eastwood and Davy Park. Because I think those bode well for some real success in the future with mass plantings that will have some impact. I would make a motion to perhaps not $15,000, but $10,000 from the NWMO reserve, very specifically related to tree planting. And what we had here was for municipally owned property, including but not limited to parks, cemeteries, and roadside. There was some interest in that size of tree being made available to residents as well. So just to see what we could do with $10,000 associated with smaller trees. So I would move that motion, but with the funding to come from the NWMO reserve.
So the deputy mayor moves that $10,000 from the NWMO reserve be used to fund tree planting. And it's seconded by Councillor Grace. Discussion on the resolution. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority only uses that size of the smaller tree, and they point to a success rate of those small trees is higher than that of the larger trees that we plant. So this is also a way where for less money, we can plant more trees. They're higher survival rate. So I think it's a good motion and it's a good idea.
Okay, any further discussion? Vice Deputy Mayor?
Just want to be clear in my mind as we moving forward. Jim, so the tax levy is still a 5.7%.
We're kind of, can we deal with the resolution first? Is this about the tree resolution?
No.
No, okay. So let's deal with the tree resolution and then we'll come back to you. If there's nothing further on that, then I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? All right, that's carried. And then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Sorry about that. So Jim, the tax levy, you mentioned earlier is around 5.7% still, right? Is that where we're at?
Latest number I have right now is 5.6.
5.6, and the capital surcharge on capital projects is $50. Levy is around $50, right? Is that where we're at right now? Okay.
Yeah, and what's your blended calculation now?
Uh, 5.1.
Okay, so that's where we're sitting right now and we always, just to be clear, we always express our tax levy in the end as a blended rate. So I'd suggest we should continue to do that. So it would be a 5.1 blended rate increase, that would be the rate increase that the taxpayer would actually pay. What is it? Sure, go ahead and give us your update.
It's 5.4 because I hadn't updated the number on the fees and charges yet to the revision.
It should go
So-
down, shouldn't it? Oh,
Yeah, so 5.4.
so what's the blended then?
Yeah.
Yeah, and blended would go down to 5.06.
So about 5%. So you have a 5% blended rate and then the special levy at 50. So that's where we are right now. If there's further direction you want to give to staff right now, I would suggest you do it. If not, on December 11th, that's what you're going to get back. And one thing, just to be clear, we should give some direction to staff on that special levy in terms of how you want to get it back. If you want to, how you want to see it implemented in terms of a fixed number or a rate impacted. Now I'm losing my words. Based on the tax levy rate. And also, if you would like to see it blended with the waste management fee, anyway, your guidance or direction on the fixed special levy or on the special levy is also important. So further comments to the Vice Deputy Mayor? And then...
Yeah, so I did have a question about the surcharge. And I guess my question was that, is it based on a household assessment? Or is it just based on a flat rate, $50 charge across the board, whether you live in a $500,000 home or whether you live in a $5 million home? That's important for me to understand that, Jim. I don't know what, I mean, there's a couple of options there, correct? I mean, if you take a look at affordable housing, you know, and Mayor Luke and I have talked about this a bit, you know, what's the fair way to do it so people are able to afford the surcharge? You know, $50 across the board seems pretty reasonable. But if it's assessment based, I guess people that a landowner that owns a $5 million home is going to pay a lot more than $50, aren't they? What would it be on a $3 million home?
And the question also is then, are you talking $3 million in today's value or $3 million in CVA value? Because
Okay.
CVA is so
Okay.
far out of whack. So a $3 million home today might be a CVA in the $1 million range. And the levy would then be approximately 3 times that amount.
How much?
3 times that amount.
So $150.
Yeah.
Versus $50. Okay. And with the 5% blended to the CAO, did you say that that based on if we were to get down to the I was using the 3.72% decrease, were you saying that all of the high level projects are removed? Did I hear you say that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And Don, I wonder if you could just put that slide that I asked you up to from before, which was what we looked at on our first day, recognizing that some of the numbers have changed following these discussions since the first day. Slide 34. This was the slide that I was referring to, and maybe the Director of Corporate Services wants to jump in if I'm going down the wrong path. But when I review this, I look at the base line there, and where that purple arrow is that we're dealing with 3.5% in our base items. Where we're sitting now at our discussions today is that for the high and medium, to include both of those, we've moved from 6.3 down to, well, I'm hearing a blended rate of just over 5.
That's what's eliminating the medium?
Nope, that's medium. So medium was at 6.3 when we started, and now we're down to just over 5 with the blended rate. So that would have council include base, high, and medium. And as we've discussed today, the low is removed.
Okay, I think, sorry, I'll go to the Deputy Mayor next. I apologize if I had somebody else.
Thank you. The question about the special levy, is it about just that levy or the other two as well, that we shift everything over to an assessment based value, or would we distinguish and still have police and wastewater, or whatever the other one's called, and garbage, waste? Would they all just stay one price across the board per property?
Maybe the director can tell us what he's thinking.
Sure. We have not spoken to the police special levy, the police building special levy in the presentations. So the only one that we brought up was the waste management special levy. The police one is has a fixed duration and will be ending, so we didn't touch that. But we have laid out the waste management special levy as something that council could consider, but they can consider that independently of the asset replacement levy that we're also discussing. So those could be independent decisions.
Further comments? Councillor Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we speak of these special levies and one-time charges, there are several properties within Saugeen Shores that face a landlocked issue. And I spoke with our CAO back in August when the weather was nice. And we talked about the budget and what I'd like to see. And I brought up this landlocked issue in hopes that those that would have that problem wouldn't have to be charged twice for that extra piece of land and the levies that are charged. I was told then, and it was off the top of the CAO's head, so I'm not going to hold her to it, but she said it would cost about $10,000 to satisfy those few homes that it affects. And I haven't seen that come up for discussion, nor did I suppose I didn't expect it, because it's one that's in my area that I've been dealing with a constituent. So I just wondered, what are we doing with that?
The CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. First, we never forget to deal with something that council's raised, but secondly, you're giving me too much credit that it was me who came up with those numbers. There was a report Dan, I believe, did in a couple of months ago. So slide 183 of the finance presentation today did highlight the special levy consideration. So if we could put up slide 183, and the recommendation was, unless we heard anything different today, that we would stay with the status quo in 2024.
If I can add to that as well. If council were to approve changing the waste special levy to a CVA asset assessment based, that would address that situation, because then at that point, you're just every property is being assessed based on the value of the property. So you're being treated fairly as everyone else. You're not getting effectively double billed where you're paying a fixed charge twice, because we're eliminating the fixed charge and making it based on assessment. So if that second property is worth a lot, you're going to pay a lot. But if it's worth very little, you would pay very little. So it's a much fairer way to do it and would address your issue.
Okay, we haven't decided yet whether we're going to do that or not.
No, we're talking about it right now.
Okay.
So let me, sorry, did you want to carry on?
No,
My apologies.
go ahead.
So I'll tell you what I would like to do, and then you guys can tell me if you think I'm wrong. I think, in my view, the simplest approach is the best approach. We should implement the special levy as a fixed levy across all properties, combining it with the existing waste management levy, and renaming the whole levy the future capital levy. Make it one levy, because we have two different kinds of special levies. We have one, the police building levy, which is, as the director points out, for a fixed time and will disappear once we've paid for the police building. That should be held separate because we do want it to go away. But we have the waste management one is a permanent levy. It's there to fund an ongoing need to build new landfill capacity. So it's really just a capital levy, no different than, so all we're talking about here is more capital things that we need to do. So I think it makes perfect sense to put all of our capital needs together in one levy and have it be the future capital levy. So I would say combine the take this number, combine it with the existing waste management levy and apply it as a fixed levy across the board. That's, I think, the simplest and most straightforward way to do this, and that's what I support. So I'll accept other thoughts. The deputy mayor.
Thank you. Just a question. How do these levies apply to multiples? So the big apartment complexes, you know, potentially it's one property owner. I've never asked that question. How do the levies, how would they relate to the bigger multi-unit residential facilities?
It's one per property. So anything with one roll is one charge
Okay.
in the current practice.
Well, you've just swayed me now over to thinking about this from an assessed value, because you know, some of those units have quite a few residents who potentially are all benefiting from you know, the good planning and the good work and the investments and the needs. And so that sets up, in my mind, a different situation. So I understand what you're saying. However, I think that, you know, in terms of fairness, that one property owner can represent 350 people in some of the bigger apartment buildings, and they get hit with $110 on their bill, just like me with a vacant piece of land, I get the same bill. So I would be more in favor of using the assessment-based situation now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I certainly appreciate and respect those views. What I would say is can we get a motion on one way or the other? It doesn't really matter to me what direction somebody wants to make motion on to do something. And then we'll debate it and then we'll get a decision and then we will know how to proceed. What is it? The CVA.
Yeah. If I may,
The
Mr.
CAO,
Mayor,
yeah, the
I
CAO.
have put up, Don hated to have it. We're looking for slide 7 of the addendum. We were looking for instructions on the CVA assessment for the capital special levy. And then also whether or not we wanted to do the CVA assessment on the existing waste management special levy. Those are the two pieces where we would need instructions.
Councilor Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that we use the CVA assessed value for the new capital levy, but stick with the standard one per property for the waste levy. But also I would like to add in there that farmland that has no buildings should be exempted from that waste levy because they have no homes on them. They don't generally produce any garbage. They have, and I've said this before in previous budgets, I don't think it's fair that a landowner who was a multiple property landowner, who was a big employer and a big payer of taxes, and certainly those 100 acres of workable farmland is worth a couple of $1 million. So those levies are going to add up significantly for those farmland properties. And I don't think it's fair that one taxpayer, one resident who is a generator of revenue and a generator of economic activity and an employer in a food provider in our community should be subject to such a significant raise in their taxes. So I would like to say, have a provision in there that farmland that has no properties on it be exempted from the special levies altogether. Thank you.
It's just like being in Congress. I like the addition of codicils and different ideas to the motions. I think, so can we, and I appreciate that, your desire to move it or to add on that piece, but can we just deal with this one piece at a time to reduce complication or well, like, yeah, okay. So can we have a resolution on whether or not to set up the new special levy as a CVA or as a fixed rate? Because somebody make me a motion I would like to set up the new special levy as X. See,
VA special levy is based on current value assessment.
okay, so is there a seconder for that? That's seconded by Councillor Grace. Any discussion on that? Okay, the Councillor Davinsky.
So just to be clear, this CVA is just for the new levies that we've created, not for the existing levies?
Let me be clear about how I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this motion now on the new levy, well, how it should be set up. Then we can consider in a separate motion whether we want to combine the levies. And then we will have an answer, right?
Okay, let's do it.
So Councillor Grace.
Yes, thank you. With regard to the special CVA, I do think that the fairest way is to do some kind of assessment. I've got a question for staff, or have an assessment based. How much work is that going to be for you to figure that out, as opposed to a across the board set fee?
I mean, the assessment base is, if anything, it's easier because it's already baked into the systems that the province provides.
Okay, so then I just wanted to make a point in response to Councillor Mayette's point about our suggestion that farm properties should not have to pay the CVA fee. Is that correct?
If we can, so we're focused, he hasn't made a motion to that
Oh,
effect.
okay.
So we could debate it if he does, but at the moment we don't need to debate it. If that's
Okay.
all right. I just like
That's
to
it.
try and stay focused on the question. So as you know, I support the fixed approach because what we'll see if we implement it as a CVA is a pretty major swing in differences between how this is applied. You know, I don't necessarily believe there's a direct correlation between the affluence of a household and the value of their house. I like the implementation of these as fixed charges. That's just my position. So you know why I vote the way I do. But so you've heard the resolution, and I'll ask all in favor. And was opposed? That's carried. Okay. So we know that answer. So now can we get some direction on whether or not you'd like to combine this new levy with the waste management fixed fee, and understanding that since we've just decided we're going to make the new one a CVA, that would require a conversion of the waste management fee to a CVA as well. So and if we take no action, then it just gets established on its own to be a separate levy. If you choose to take this action, then we would combine them, but I'll look for direction. The Councillor Mayette.
I would move that the special waste levy and the police building levy remain separate from the CVA levy.
If I can, and with respect, Councillor, it's not necessary. You don't need to move at that because it just means we don't have to just doing nothing, right? So is there a motion to combine them, or are everybody content with not doing that? Councillor Dwinsky.
Yes, I'll move a motion to combine them. It also helps these landlocked people, as Jim has already stated, so that they aren't paying twice. And it's more fair for those property owners and taxpayers. So I will move that it all be CVA.
Is there a seconder to do that? There is not. So the motion does not proceed, and the status quo will prevail. Was there anything else you guys needed direction on around that? Have I forgotten something? Oh, Dave, yeah, well, so you want to bring another motion, Councillor Maya?
Yes, I'd like to move that farm properties that have no buildings on them should be exempted from the both CVA and the regular levy, because like I said earlier, a vacant farm of 100 acres is one just sold near me for $1.8 million. And so a CVA assessment levy on that property owner is going to be significant. And some of the big operators, they might own 8 or 10 or 12 of those. And so there's going to be a significant additional charge on those. And keep in mind these, and I'm not maybe talking about market garden farms, but the cash crop farms that are out there, they operate on a pretty narrow margin, and they've been impacted by commodity prices lately. The cost of fertilizer was impacted when the costs associated with goods coming out of Russia. There were taxes put on, import taxes. That was the one farmer told me $70,000 extra he had to pay for his fertilizer for the year. Those types of things impact these people, and they operate on sometimes less than 5% profit margins on what they do. So adding a burden like this is unfair. They certainly would pay the levy on the properties that they own and where they live, because they're residents like everybody else, and they put out garbage and they enjoy the services provided by these capital levies. But certainly the vacant properties are no different than part of their inventory of tools and equipment and land. It's what they use to run their business, and they provide a necessary essential service to the community, to the country, to the economy. And I don't think it's fair that they should have to pay a unproportionate amount towards these capital projects. Thank you.
Understood.
That's
So
my
just-
motion. That's my motion.
Yep. So just so I'm clear on the motion, it is to exempt farm properties from both the new future infrastructure levy and the waste management levy, correct? Okay, vacant farm properties. Okay. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Councillor Duhaime. Discussion, the deputy mayor, and then Councillor Grace.
I can see some merit in the conversation and in the motion. However, in the absence of information concerning just, what that level of assessment represents in our community, and because farmland is not assessed in the same way as residential properties. So I'm hesitant to support the motion without having a little more information provided to us as to how farmland fits into our overall tax picture in Saugeen Shores. So, I wouldn't vote in favor of this now. I'm not saying that, in a couple of weeks, if we had some additional information come, that I wouldn't reconsider, but I wouldn't support it right now.
And just to add just sort of to clarify, following up on the deputy mayor's comment and to the CFO or to the director, because when the levy is applied as a CVA, then not only does the current value assessment apply, but so do the tax ratios, right? So in effect, an agricultural property would pay the levy at 0.25%, 25%, at 25% of what a residential property would own. So in fact, they would only be levied a quarter of the cost under a CVA rubric, correct? Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can see exempting vacant farm properties from a landfill charge. The CVA I see as something different. There we're talking about funding our infrastructure, our capital infrastructure, and those farmers and presumably their operation of those farmlands in terms of access to roads or bridges or whatever, they benefit from that. So I see that those are two different things.
Thank you, Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm back with landlocked here. If we can do it with the farm properties, these landlocked areas are empty as well, because there's nothing they can do with them. You can't build on them. There's no infrastructure. There are no services, and yet they get charged twice for the levies. So I think that should be added to it.
Okay, I would say, and we'll take a vote on this. It's been moved and seconded. I would just say that agricultural properties already have a steeply discounted rate of taxation because of the ratio at which it's applied. They pay taxes at 1/4 of the rate of residential taxpayers. These are businesses, and the land isn't vacant. Vacant is a strange word to use for it. It's worked for a profit, and taxation. We have long held that taxation at 1/4 the rate of residential is a fair rate at which to tax that that property, and I believe that it is. And that's been recently reconsidered. The ratios, as you know, are set by Bruce County. Bruce County has heard from OFA and other partners asking us to lower those ratios, and Bruce County has decided not to do that. The 25% is fair. So I think certainly on the new levy on CVA, I think then that they will only pay a quarter of the rate. I don't think they should be exempted. I think they should pay a quarter of the rate. And also on the waste management fee, I think, again, agricultural operations use the wet landfill, and not just for their house, but for their business operation. I think given the fact they already pay a steeply discounted rate of taxation, that I don't feel bad about imposing the fixed landfill fee. And as I've said before, I think to council, if we start to go property by property and look for reasons why they ought or ought not pay, we will drive ourselves insane, because there's always another reason why somebody will tell you they shouldn't pay. But I think a straight up charge is maybe not equal in every case, but certainly equitable and a good way for council to do it. So we have the resolution here. It's to exempt from both farm properties from both charges. I don't support it, but we'll put it to a vote. Councillor Maya.
I would like to amend the motion to state, and if my seconder agrees, that the farmlands I'm referring to be exempted only from the fixed landfill charge, and that the CVA levy would still apply.
You don't really need to make a motion to amend as long as your seconder supports that. Okay, so it's supported by the mover and seconder. So the resolution is that the vacant agricultural properties be exempted from the landfill fixed fee. The deputy mayor.
I won't support that, because there are vacant properties throughout the province, but throughout the community that they may or may not be assessed as farmland, but they're just vacant lots. They in my mind are in the exact same situation. So I think to be equitable at the moment, it needs to be across the board. Thank you.
Okay. So we've had a good discussion on this. You've heard the resolution. To be clear, it only now applies to the waste management fixed fee. And I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's defeated. All right. So does the administration need anything else from us before you can come back with a final recommendation on the 11th of December? I see a thumbs up. So it looks good. I just want to express, sorry, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. As I said earlier, like you guys have a live version as things are marked off here. And if you're like me and you forgot to check things off, you've kind of lost. Could we get an update on that amendment so that we can review that before December 11th?
I think as of right now, and we will, on December 11th, you'll get a fulsome update. But so you know, as we leave here today, we have a blended tax levy increase in operating at 5% and a special levy at $50. Well, on the average household applied as on the basis of CVA. Council or the Vice Deputy Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, with the 5% blended, are we providing any direction to staff today in terms of whether or not we're happy with the 5% blended, or if they come back on December 11th to say, well, staff like the 5% blended, we don't think we can make any changes, and then we debate it then, or are we going to give them some direction today?
I'm open to any direction the council would like to offer. If you have a motion you'd like to make, I'll tell you where I stand, and it's sort of reflective of what you said, Vice Deputy Mayor, that we've got this budget, we've paired this, I don't see a lot in here of priorities that I wouldn't want to fund. And if we hand it to staff, they'll come back and they'll say, here are some things you can take off, but they're right before us right now. We could decide right now what we would take off. So I just don't think we'll do a lot better. And if you look at our neighboring municipalities, a 5% tax increase is pretty well in line with what municipalities are implementing here. South Bruce Peninsula passed a 499 the other day. The county passed a 615. That's, and West Gray was looking at a 10. right? And Gray County was higher than that. I'm quite certain they won't end up there, but that's, that's the kind of the numbers that municipalities are looking at for all sorts of reasons. I think council's worked it down as best they could. Staff did so beforehand and have been working on it hard for months now. And so, I think we've got a pretty good number. If council wants to give some specific direction to staff about where you'd like them to get or what you'd like them to do, then we certainly can do that. But from where I stand, I just don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I couldn't offer that direction if I was sitting out there. So the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Just so I'm clear, so I get the $50 charge for capital, I get that. The 5% tax levy increase on a household assessed at 300 and you were using a number, Jim, I think it was 340 or 330 or 320. I can't remember the exact number. What was it? 300 and 314. So a 5% blended tax rate increase based on household assessed at $314,000. How much is that?
Just real quickly, I'd say it's approximately $100.
$100?
But I'd have to do the calculation.
$314,000 assessment, right?
Plus the fixed.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I started off with the plus 50. So $100 plus 50. And that's a 325, that's a 314. So a household assessed at $800, $900 million. There's probably some of them in town. Okay, I get it.
Okay, so I got Davinsky and then I got Help.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, for clarification, I can recall last year being at this point, and I was saying, don't take anything out of tax stabilization. We're doing well out of the reserve. I haven't heard any talk about taking any additional funds out of tax stabilization reserve to bring this number down even further. Am I misunderstanding something here?
So let's be clear, right? So what the administration has done is they have taken the entire tax income and flowed it through future capital and tax stabilization. So the tax stabilization reserve is really just your tax levy, right? And so there isn't extra money there to draw on. What I would say to you is, and I did it a couple of times here just now, what we have is a 2023 surplus. You can fund certain things with that, but they need to be one time and operating, right? I think I found them all. I looked pretty hard. But I think if you could take a one-time operating expense and fund it using surpluses from 23. But in terms of tax stabilization reserve, it's not like it's $1 million pot of money now. It's all taxation flows into it and then the spending comes out of it. So it's not a discrete pocket of money that you could, and also I would say it's a mistake for council to fund ongoing expenses using reserve accounts, because you'll only pay the piper for that next year or the year after that. So I hope that here I am. I should just let the director talk rather than try to explain it.
I just wanted to provide a correction on the number that I provided. So on the town's portion, which is a 5.4% increase, that would translate into approximately $120. With the county's tax increase, they would be adding approximately $220 on their county tax bill. Well, that's fine. So there's another $100 from the county for a total of $220.
Okay, Councillor Help.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So it's $50 for the CVA, but we also have the waste levy, right? Plus another 60.
It's existing.
It's existing, but you're still paying it.
Yeah, you still have to pay it, but it isn't changing. Mm-hmm. And police services.
Okay, then if I may, like last year, we did use some tax stabilization money to bring down the levy by about 0.8%. Correct? And is there so many numbers flying around, but we're predicting a surplus from 2023 of 2.5 million or 2.3 million or something like that. So
2.3.
could we use some of that surplus to just knock down our thing to take 210,000 and knock 1% off?
You can, but next year you will have to find it in addition to all of the increases that we're facing this year, right? You're taking, what you will be doing is offsetting ongoing expenses with potentially one-time money. So you're really just you could be taking what's a 5% this year and turn it in directly into a 7 next year without batting an eye, right? So it's a risky thing to do, to take one-time money and use it for ongoing expenses, because you just see that number come back next year, right? Councillor Halpin.
But if, through you, Mayor, if we turn that surplus, then we could say, well, we need a little bit less. We could use some of that. I don't think that we did it before. And so I'm going to say it is still an option.
Sure, we're open to any direction. I'll turn it over to the CAO.
Sure. Again, I just do really simple math. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think one of the things we're doing this year is we are making up that tax stabilization reserve that we used last year as well. So as the mayor says, if you offset the budget using tax stabilization reserve, then you do need to make it up. So that's part of what we're doing, is making it up this year as well. So what I could offer is that as staff, we could go through and see if there's any additional one-time projects that may be available for us to consider that maybe Mayor slipped through your eyes.
Sure, well, that would be worthwhile. We can take some direction on that to the Vice Deputy Mayor.
So I like a 4.9. Yeah, I know it sounds cute, eh? To getting from 5 to 4.9, but you're in the 4s. When I said earlier that you find 400 grand to get us to 3.7, I wasn't proposing we get to 3.7. I was just trying to understand the process, what 1% increase tax levy means. So, I think you're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. And this is a growing community. We've got a ton of projects in this budget. We're moving forward. We're adding some staffing, no doubt. We've got some big projects happening with the Wellness Center, Lamont Sports Park, and others. Some great capital projects in there is going to benefit a lot of members of our community. Not all. Some will see no benefit, but a good percentage of our population is going to see a lot of benefits to what we're doing. So, when you talk about other tax levy increases around the county, Mr. Mayor, that kind of sold me. I think the rate of inflation, I take it what's happened over the last year, 2 years. I can get my head around that. So, I see 4.9 and just for, but so that's where I'm at. I think if it came back at that, I'd be supportive.
Okay. So as I say, we can take any direction that you want to give. I think one thing to do might be to direct staff to have a look at one-time operating expenses that could be funded using the 2023 surplus and to report back on those. I don't know, Councillor Halpin, you want to make a motion to give that direction?
Sure, I would do that.
So that's moved by Halpin. Is there a seconder to do that? Grace, all in favor of that direction? That's carried. So staff will have a look at that and see where we can end up. Anything else? I think I would just say that on the operating side, that's one thing. This fixed the capital issue is I think has to be looked at in terms of now we have an understanding of obligations that we didn't fully comprehend before, right? So last year and years before, this is my 18th budget, and in my first 17, we would have passed a budget where we only thought about this year, right? We're going to fund this from capital. This is 2007's capital number, and this is its operating number, and that's it. And we paid no attention to what our obligations might be next year, let alone 5 years from now. And so, although we didn't raise the money for it, we were kidding ourselves that we thought we'd ever pay for it, right? We say, oh, the people in the community say, oh, we need a new pool. And we would say, oh yeah, we'll get at that. But we would have no idea how to pay for that, right? And so what did we do? Well, the pool issue we solved the same way that we're dealing with this, by building into the tax levy the money we needed over time to build the thing that people wanted us to build. And Is there a person in this community? Not very many people, I shouldn't say. There's lots, there's a vast majority who support in this community the idea, what we did there. They want the pool built. They wanted it done. That's how we did it. And you know, nobody likes paying taxes, but council came up with a plan and we got it done. And I would say to you, if the majority of fair-minded people in this community look through this list of capital projects for the next 10 years, they would say, yeah, you should fund most of those things, right? And also they would expect us to have a plan to fund it. And so we do, and it's going to take some more money to do that. And we can say to the public, this is what it's going to cost to advance the things. And we can be straight up and say, you know, this thing's in the plan and this thing isn't, but here's what it costs. So it's so yes, you know, we're reconciling a thing. What we're doing is reconciling a gap that we have had for a long time and just not acknowledged. And so we're acknowledging it now, and we have a plan to pay for the things the community needs. And, you know, I'll defend that all day long. I think it's the way to plan for a municipality. So, I appreciate all the work that the administration has done, appreciate all the work that my colleagues have done. Thank you for all your work and your comments. And we will hear back about this on the 11th of December, and hopefully we'll have a budget. So I'll take a motion to adjourn. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Mayette. All in favor? Council stands adjourned. Thank you, everybody.